Yeah.
And what a team we have built with the dynamic Andrew Gold.
Should I do that strobe lighting again? How do I do that?
50th anniversary celebration. So, some of you may have seen the lineup video we did earlier on, but it's a massive night for everybody, starting with the debate. Mason versus Freemason versus non-Mason. Did I say that right?
You said a lot of stuff. It doesn't matter. You said words and you put them in a certain order, and that's what we're here for.
We've got Gary Rogers, who's gone viral on the channel, the ex-cop, Greater Manchester Police. The Freemason conspiracy against him was a massive story on the channel. And we're bringing in Johnny Royal, who is a Freemason. Lots of talking points on that one.
It's going to be good. I'm not going to be there for that, though.
Followed by John Sweeney.
Yeah. That's good. At 7 o'clock, that's when I'm on.
Live from Ukraine. You got Sweeney all to yourself, you lucky...
It's pretty cool, actually, isn't it? I sort of wish he was on for a bit longer.
You Sweeney hogger.
That would be good if we were on a bit longer, Mr. Sweeney. But we only got half an hour. Should we see how he's doing after half an hour?
Yeah, but at 7:30 we're bringing in Dr. Das.
Yeah, lovely Dassy boy.
Discuss Kanye.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he doesn't mind. He wouldn't mind joining and talking with Mr. Sweeney for some time, would he?
I imagine that he would be delighted to talk with Mr. Sweeney.
Yeah. So there you go. Anyway, that's 7 o'clock, 7:30. 7:30, as you say, Kanye West with Dr. Shahom Das. I'll be in that bit as well. And then 8 o'clock. What's going on from?
We're going over to UFOs and aliens. That's alien breath. Did you know it was alien breath?
I don't know what Zach Braff?
Breath, as in
breath.
Alien breath.
I forgot you had an accent.
That's with Isaac. And after Isaac, we've got Julian Assange's brother, Gabriel Shipton, dropping by to give an update on his health and the possible extradition. Then Joran Adamson, who was going to be... he's got the book out, Populist Parties and the Failure of the Elites.
Mm-hmm. That's going to be good.
Let's see what Ash is trying to communicate.
Well, you read that. I'll go on about the next guest at 9:40 is Naya Okami, who is a transgender woman who came out but also identifies as a wolf. So, and these are two totally separate things for her, and we're going to talk about what that is like. Identifying as a wolf, as well as being transgender.
Which gets us up to the 10 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
And then we're doing the final 2 hours on Patreon. If you want to join us on Patreon, the link is in the description box below this video. And as usual, we get quite heavy on the Who Killed E, the M trial, and Prince A story. So we're I think who have we got? Adiads tonight, is it? Ryan D, perhaps?
That's all right, isn't it?
These are the guests that have been bandied around.
Yeah.
As possibly coming on.
Some good guests, in my opinion.
Then we got Brooks Agnew, author of 7 Amazon bestsellers and one of the world's most recognized voices in podcasting after 17 years on the web. Going to be talking about the crime family that begins with a C. Didn't inhale. Can you do an impression of him not inhaling marijuana?
What are you talking about?
Remember, he said he
Bill
put the joint to his lips, but he didn't inhale. That guy.
I know I did not have relations with that.
Yeah.
Is it?
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Corey, we've actually had Jay Dyer on. Thanks for that in the live chat. Corey Anderson. We did have a lot of Jay Dyer stuff on. We look forward to doing more with him in the future. Then we've got at 11, good grief, approaching the midnight hour, we've got Norman Baker discussing Meghan and Harry's relationship with the Queen, 1 year after Oprah, Boris's approach to Ukraine. And that gets us almost to midnight. Oh my goodness. Now, if we see you in the live chat for the whole 6 hours, this is going to qualify you to get a free book, any of the books I've written or any of the books I published for any of the other people. So we're going to keep an eye on the chat. And if you're in there, if you're active, if you're engaged, at the end of the night, hit us up for a free book and we will get that to you from Amazon. And I just want to give a massive thank you to everyone who supported the channel and the Outward Unleashed show over the years, over the months, to the entire team, to the moderators, to you, the viewers who make all this possible. And just do a few quick shout outs. We've got Ray J, Hang Tights, Verity Love, Gypsy Lil, UK Lady, Denise, Gojo, Anexus, Ari, Andrew Gold, Joe Bonnie on Andrew Gold's channel.
What's that? Are they on my channel?
And on it goes. Yeah, because if you click on chat on your dashboard, it shows which channel the comments are coming from.
It just says to me paired. That's all I can see.
Yeah, the paired ones are coming from yours, I believe.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah. So I think we're at the point now where we are about to bring in the Freemason.
Well, I'm not. I'm out of it.
Freemason.
I'm out of it till 7.
Johnny Royal.
But I'm gonna have some dinner or something. So see you at 7. Have fun.
Yeah, huge thank you, Andrew. Look forward to seeing you later on. Cheers. All right, so far we have got Gary in the waiting room. Let's bring Gary in. Hey, Gary, how's it going?
Nice to see you again.
You've had an amazing reception. Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. You've had an amazing reception to your podcast. Were you expecting that?
I wasn't actually. I'm quite amazed at the figures. I mean, I think it's up to about 142,000 now, which obviously is fantastic. But, you know, at the end of the day, to me, the story, what happened to me is fantastic as far as I'm concerned, because I still don't believe it now. So, you know, for all those people to see that podcast and, you know, take that information in, it's fantastic.
It's absolutely blown us away. It's been like the biggest thing on the channel in the last several months. And for people who are not familiar with your story, Gary, we've probably got a lot of them watching tonight for the first time that they're seeing you. Are you okay to just introduce yourself to the viewers and let them know, you know, a bit about your story and your history?
So, obviously, I'm Gary Rogers. I was joined Great Manchester Police 1975, and later on in my service became a full-time undercover police officer. And that was within a department which was called the Amiga department. So when I say undercover, it wasn't just sitting in public houses watching people drinking after time. The whole ethos of that position was you were de-policed, so to speak. So you were taken out of the normal policing, and they tried to do away with all your policing characteristics which might stand out. And then you were tasked with infiltrating ongoing conspiracies. So serious crime, not people pinching bottles of milk off steps, you know, drugs, armed robbery, murder. I was involved in a murder case where obviously we then identified the person who was responsible, but that person didn't know we were police officers, but confessed to that murder to us. So it was an involved job which you lived 24/7 basically. We had a boss in charge of the department who was a great guy, knew everything about undercover work because he'd done it himself. Halfway through my service, I did 6 years in total in there, he left and went to the security services. We had a new guy take over. It was called Ken Seddon, who I name in the book. He was a chief inspector, never done undercover work. And from the start, I could see that he was using the department for his own benefit. So an example of that was we had covert properties, which were only for the use of undercover officers. He asked everybody to hand the keys in one day for this property. And cut a long story short, further down the line, found out he had his brother and his brother's wife living at that property, which was totally unauthorised. He did a number of other things which he shouldn't have been doing. This guy, further down the line, convicted of numerous offences of dishonesty, deceptions. Now, he was a Mason, and me and him didn't see eye to eye. And basically, he was trying to get me out. I was nominated for the Queen's Police Medal for my services to undercover work. That disappeared, the nomination. The chief superintendent in charge of Great Manchester CID was a fellow called Dave James, who I also named in the book, who again shafted me, stabbed me in the back. And this team of Masons within Great Manchester Police hierarchy, the higher echelons of the command team, were all Masons. And I hadn't done anything wrong whatsoever, apart from do a good job as far as I was concerned, because the results speak for themselves. And that's why I was nominated for the Queen's Police Medal. But he just wanted me out because I wouldn't play ball with how he wanted to run that department. It was corrupt. So at the end of the day, they shredded my nomination for the Queen's Police Medal, and I got sent to Coventry, basically. I then realised I wasn't in the on the Christmas card list anymore. So rather than just acquiesce to this and disappear into the blue yonder, they stuck me in a basement in headquarters copying videotapes in a room with no windows. So can you imagine having been at the level I was at as an undercover officer and then just being stuck in a basement? And I've read up on this recently, and they've done this to numerous other people. They try and break it down and say you're paranoid, you're not seeing what's there. And it's all rubbish. So that's how I ended up. And then I started fighting against them. And I covertly recorded conversations with these individuals, which I now have safely stored because the book's been out now over 12 months. I've now had one libel action against me. And I've just named 2 names to you of who's involved in this. None of them have come out of the woodwork. I hope they do, actually, because I'd love to play these tapes to them and let them hear what they said. One in particular was the chief inspector, who was convicted of deceptions. He got me in his office one day after making me wait 45 minutes sat outside. This was another power thing for him to have me sat there. He got me in eventually, and he said to me, because I'd been to see a chief superintendent above his head, which he didn't like. And what he said to me was, doesn't matter who you go and speak to, they'll always side with me because that's the way the system is. So I asked the question, what is the system he's talking about? Is it this Masonic system? Anyway, he gets moved because an anonymous letter goes to the force, which they do an underhanded inquiry about and cover it all up for him. And he's then sent to Australia as an ambassador for the force on an anti-corruption inquiry, where he gets in the mire over there, sent back here, he's arrested here, and he resigns and he's charged with 20-odd deceptions. So that's the battle I've had. And it ruined my career, my life, my health, affected my family, and all for nothing. And I've still had no explanation today. So what I'm saying is, I can only put the details out to you, and you make your own mind up if this was a Masonic conspiracy. Because I've had it said to me by Michael Todd, who was the chief constable of Great Manchester Police, who later committed suicide, if you remember, and the head of the Internal Investigations Department, both said to me that this was a Masonic conspiracy, which is what gave me that thought.
So Gary, this is your experience with the Greater Manchester Police. You were run out by Freemasons. You know, they sabotaged your career, and people are wondering. You know, they think these things sometimes they're the thing of movies and dramas, and they don't really happen. How prevalent are the Freemasons in the police across the UK?
Well, if anybody was to research that subject like you're talking about, you'll find a whole host of cases going back years and years, even back to 1888 with Jack the Ripper. That was supposed to be, the murders he committed were supposed to be Masonic ritual type, the way he did it. But you know, this case is going back in the 70s, 60s, 70s. One in particular was a guy called John Simons. He was a detective sergeant in the Met, which, again, the CID is the place for the Masons. Great Manchester Police was full of Masons. And if you wanted to get on in the CID, you had to be a Mason. You know, this John Simons was taking bribes, basically. He got in touch with one guy who he was putting the arm on, and this fellow was fed up with it. So he went to the Times newspaper, and they set John Simons up because they put a recorder onto this guy. When he met him, John Simon says to him, I'm a member of a firm within a firm. So that's a fantastic quote, really. A member of a firm within a firm. And what he means is, I'm a member of this group within the Metropolitan Police, which is obviously within Metropolitan Police, as I say. And you are now beholden to us. And he was taped saying that, arrested, and he was being investigated by a fellow called Bill Moody, who was a superintendent, who was also a Mason. And Simons thought he was being, he said himself, a patsy for this. So he threatened Moody, saying, if I go down, everyone's going down in the Met. So Moody arranged for him to get a large payment, and he cleared off for 7 years abroad, Simons. And when he came back, he was arrested 7 years later, sent to prison. But by that time, Moody, who was the superintendent, was also in prison for 12 years, another Mason. So, there's loads of cases, like Hillsborough, David Duckingfield, who was the match commander on the day. Statements were altered afterwards. He was a master of a lodge, David Duckingfield. And those statements were altered without the knowledge of the police officers who originally put them in. All for the benefit of the story they came up with, trying to blame the Liverpool fans for being drunk, when the big mistake was what David Duckingfield did, who had no knowledge of running that sort of scenario at that ground. And that's what the end result was. But then they try and cover it up, and they use this Masonic link within the force to do it. And there's loads of others, like John Stalker, Deputy Chief Constable of Great Manchester Police. That was a Masonic conspiracy against him. I think I mentioned in my book about Peter Toppin, who was head of CID in Great Manchester Police, and he openly would say, because he installed Masons in the drug squad, the fraud squad of Great Manchester Police, when he was questioned about this by John Stalker, he said, yeah, I do, because they're the only people I can trust. The others I only think I can trust. So how can that be a level playing field for police officers if he's putting Masons in because he says they're the only ones I can trust?
So just let the viewers know then, Johnny Royal, the Freemason, is going to be joining us in the next 5 minutes. And Gary, did the Freemasons invite you in? Was it, did you decline their invitation, and did things go bad after the invitation? Is that how it works?
I can say hand on heart, Sean, that I've never had any invitation since the book come out. That's for sure.
What about when you were in the force?
Yeah, well, years ago, 1982, a lad I worked with who lived round the corner from me at the time had a neighbour who was a Mason in Bolton. And I got invited one night with my wife to a ladies' night in 1982. And we went. And I left halfway through because I realised it wasn't for me. And so I experienced that night and made my mind up that night. I didn't want anything to do with it because it had no interest for me whatsoever. So that was that, and I realised it went on in the force, and that I heard what other officers were saying about certain individuals, for example, who were getting promoted, and they had no experience in things or whatsoever. But the common thought would be they're obviously in the right lodge, because on a promotion board in the police, you would have 3 high-ranking officers sat in front of you. And no doubt, the level of Freemasonry within the higher echelons of the force in relation to rank is vast. So, the suggestion is you might be in the same lodge as some of those people, or you might give a Masonic signal to them. But that was a common theme or thought within the police service when someone got promoted who probably thought wasn't up to it.
Did you know what the Masonic signals were?
I know, I'm aware of the handshake where they press on the knuckles, but I know there's certain other ones as well. And I've also read, since I've done the book, about when people took promotion exams and they would put certain things in that written answer. For example, the A, they would have another A upside down on top of it, like the sign. So that anybody marking that paper might then think, well, this individual's a member of the lodge.
And did they have certain phrases they used?
Well, they use the. I think the common one is, are you on the square? That's one.
Are you on the
not
square?
Yeah. Which means, are you in the lodge? Or are you a member of the Masonic fraternity? Fraternity. I'm sure you've heard that before.
People in the chat are asking if you can demonstrate the handshake.
So, can I? So you would, I'm trying to get this right now. So with the handshake, you would have the normal handshake, and then you would get the thumb pressing, as I understand it, on a particular knuckle, which would then indicate to that individual where you are within the Freemasonry setup.
Right, thanks for that introduction, Gary. We've got Johnny Royal here now. So Johnny, huge thank you for joining us. So for the viewers who are not familiar with your story, Gary's just introduced himself as an ex-cop who was working out of Manchester, and he didn't join the Masonic element within the force, and he ended up getting sabotaged by the Freemasons, so he had a bad experience with the Freemasons. Could you just introduce yourself and your experience, because you've had a positive experience, haven't you?
Yes. First of all, Gary, I'd like to say thank you for your service and protecting the citizens of your district and where you worked. I'm a big supporter of the police force and of the armed forces. My experience is my background. You're welcome. My background is I'm a writer and director, and I joined Freemasonry in 2008. And I actually discovered Freemasonry while I was studying abroad at Westminster University. And I had a class called Tort Law there, which is the most boring, awful class that I had ever had in my life. So we would go to the pub, and one day I got lost walking back to my flat, and I ended up in front of the Grand Lodge of England, and I saw the square and compass. And it was very intriguing to me. I'd never seen a building that looked like that. I never had seen that kind of symbol. So I started doing research on it. And I started reading Mackey's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry and some different books. And it was very fascinating to me because the philosophies and the way that they had combined these different streams of morality from Christianity, Judaism, different philosophies, they were what I was in line with at the time. I just didn't know how to verbally express it. But, you had some great writers throughout time, from all parts of the world in it. So I had joined in 2008 as an entered apprentice. And then in 2010, I became a fellow craft, 2011 Master Mason. And then I joined the Scottish Rite here in the United States and the York Rite, which are two appendant bodies. And the Scottish Rite goes up to the 33rd degree, and the York Rite goes up to the Knights Templar, the Commandery of Knights Templar. I'm actively involved in the Scottish Rite mostly because we call it the University of Freemasonry. And that's where it takes a look at really focusing on the ideals of equality and morality between different people of different faiths and creeds and all walks of life. And the two rules that we have in Lodge are you're not allowed to discuss politics and religion. The one thing I will say, though, is just like with any other organization, you're going to have bad apples anywhere. You can have that in Freemasonry. You can have that in the police force. You can have that in the government. So I wouldn't say that, it's unfortunate, Gary, what you went through, but I wouldn't say that, Freemasonry as a whole is a negative experience. It's a very positive experience. We're the world's oldest and largest fraternity. I believe that we are one of the most charitable, if not the most charitable organization of volunteer people in the world on a daily basis. And I'm seeing all these comments pop up about Lucifer and Albert Pike and all this stuff. It's funny, and Satan. It couldn't be further from the truth, because the teaching of Freemasonry, at least the first 3 degrees, are based on the Bible. And anytime that you go into a lodge, the Bible is usually the volume of the sacred law. Now, if you have a brother that comes in that is Jewish, he takes his obligations on the Torah. If it's a Muslim, he takes them on the Quran. If it's a Hindu, he takes them on their volume of sacred laws. And I think that one of the main things here is that if, in fact, that Gary, I don't know you, I don't know really what you went through in detail, but there is one rule that really sticks out in my mind. I was listening to part of your story while I was trying to log on to this, but there is a thing called you cannot commit a crime of moral turpitude in Freemasonry, meaning that if what you say is true, that these police officers in your department that were Masons had kind of sabotaged you, that would be grounds for expulsion from the fraternity. We take that very seriously. We have what are called Masonic trials, and they're not pleasant. They take place usually on the Grand Lodge level, where you have thousands of members watching these trials. They're kicked out of the fraternity, and it's just not a good thing to have happen, because in Freemasonry you have people of all walks of life. You have police officers, you have doctors, you have lawyers, you have pilots, you have construction workers, you have priests, you have all kinds of different people. So
sorry to interrupt though. Can I ask you, as you're in your position as a master Mason now, which I believe you are, and you've just made that statement, how many times has that happened to your knowledge where you've had those trials at the lodge about people who've allegedly done what I'm saying?
Well, they look at it in this way. I can only speak to the state that I'm in, because in the United States, each state has its own Grand Lodge. So in California, there's not very many Masonic trials. What happens is, if there's a problem between two brothers, or if there's a problem with a brother in a lodge that is accused of committing some type of crime of moral turpitude, the first thing that happens is that they sit down with the master of the lodge, and the master of the lodge rotates the line. We have a line, an officer's line, so it rotates every year. So you go through these different chairs until you're in the east, which is worshipful master. But they sit down, they try to get the story, and then if the person on the outside, or if it's a brother that committed this crime of moral turpitude against another brother, and we have these in our oaths too, that things that are esoteric that I won't go into, because I swore an oath that I wouldn't go into them, but I can allude to things such as you will not interfere with another person's family, that you will go out of your way to help a distressed worthy brother, as long as it does not cause harm to you or your family. So there's not a lot of.
So in my case, I had a chief inspector who was corrupt, who they then realised the senior officers above him who are Masons realise he's corrupt. So you just said there, you must help them if they're in that sort of situation, and that's exactly what they did. But what they did was corrupt.
Yeah, I didn't say help them. What I said is that what happens first is that the lodge that they belong to investigates that, because the process is the lodge has to be the one to go up the ladder to the Grand Lodge. But that can also be bypassed as well too. So if something happens to me from a brother in the lodge that has done something really awful or really wrong to me, and it caused me to lose my job or something like that, and if the lodge isn't going to listen to me and take my side, I can go directly to the Grand Lodge, and I can file Masonic charges against this person. And then there's
that's great for you in that position, but I wasn't a Mason. So
right. So what you could have done, and what you could still do, is you could still write a letter to the Grand Lodge of England. Or are you in England?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you could do that. You could also write letters to the lodges that these police officers belong to, stating the facts and stating your case, to at least let them know that those aren't the type of people that we want in the fraternity. I mean, the idea is to
the problem I have with that is, and it's trust, because I don't have any trust, because the secretive nature of the lodges. If they were more open, perhaps people would have more trust and wouldn't, suggest that there's corruption going on. And that's my problem now, because, this what happened to me went all the way up to Deputy Chief Constable of the force, which is the second in command of that force. So what hope have I got when you're saying go and write a letter to them and have any belief or trust?
I can't tell you what hope I can't tell you what hope you have. I can just tell you what the process is. It's just like saying, if you were investigating a case for me, something that happened to me, and I could say, well, what hope do I have? You can't really answer that without gathering all the facts. So the only thing you can do is go.
And another thing that they did to me was, and I found it 8 years later in my personal file, one of these individuals put a report in my personal file saying that I was corrupt and I was not to be trusted. And that had sat in my personal file for 8 years up until I found it. And it was in an envelope that was marked on the back with only to be opened by a divisional or branch commander. So anything I would have applied for in that force from that moment on, I wouldn't have got, because everything in that report was false and it had sat there for 8 years. And these senior officers had put it there. And I have a copy of that today to be able to show anybody.
So my question then is, did you ever confront these people about why they did this?
I did confront them. I confronted them, and you know what they kept saying to me? You're paranoid. Go away. This isn't happening. And I'm in the force. I've got a wife, children, mortgage to pay, and it's a big worry, and that mentally affected me. Unbelievably so. I went from 17 stone to 12 stone. I ended up in the heart care unit because they thought I had cancer as well because of all the weight I lost. And they would have been quite happy to see me swinging from a tree. But I got through it and got to the end of it. And then the Queen's Police Medal that they took away from me and shredded, because I had the tape recordings and I dug my heels in, they had to give it me in the end. So it wasn't given with open arms. It was given because I backed them in a corner.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for them. Like I said, in any organization, you have bad apples. And we do our best to weed out the bad apples. There's a big vetting process before you join. Some people in Masonry they join for fellowship. And a lot of Masons, when Masonry was coming up, especially in the 19th century across the United States, a lot of people were joining just as they would for a union or a guild as it was traveling across the country. Other people join for the knowledge of it. When you look at people like George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Voltaire, Mozart, Houdini, Buzz Aldrin, a lot of these people, they're joining for the knowledge of it. And it's nothing that, the secrecy and silence that revolves around Masonry, it's nothing that is this, regardless of what, these comments are rolling about, Satan and all this other stuff. I mean, the majority of Masons, from my understanding, at least in the United States, are Christian. And what the difference is between, sitting down and reading the Bible or reading whatever your holy book is and going through these ceremonies, what Masonry does is that it takes it and acts it out in a form of a play. And it does that because it uses all five senses. So when you have an experience of, when you're experiencing philosophy or knowledge, the best way to inculcate that information into the human mind is to use all five senses. Someone saying, show my eyes because they can't see the light. It's just my computer on this because apparently I'm the devil for being a Freemason, but I'm not. I'm a very good man. I have a family, and Masonry is very important to me. It's made me a better man.
I don't want to make out, and anybody watching this, to think that I'm against Masons per se. I'm not. There's a lot of great Masons out there. My neighbour is a Mason, has a business, and I can understand if you're in business, you want to network with people, perhaps to get your business going even better. So I can understand that. The problem I have is I don't think police officers should be Masons, because when you join the police, you take an oath to the Queen, for honesty, etc., and you'll serve the Queen. And then you take this oath when you join the Masons. So which one means more to that individual, the police one or the Masonic one?
Well,
It seems to me that when you put that much power into people's hands as police officers, and then there's a group of them that are Masonic, then the power is multiplied, and it can be these serious abuses and an attitude of being above the law. Then
there's a lodge in the Met, Sean, which is the Manor of St. James, which was formed in '86, and that's all Metropolitan Police officers in there. Yeah, from a deputy assistant commissioners, high-ranking officers are in there, and this is the other thing I don't like: closed lodges, as they're called here, where you've got that, in that case, just police officers in that lodge.
So do you think there's a conflict of interest there, Johnny?
I don't, because I think that every human being has the right to free will. I think that they can join whatever they want to. I'm a constitutionalist in the United States. So, I mean, it's no different than joining something like the Knights of Columbus or joining the Rotary Club or, anything else. I mean, there are a lot of undercurrents of esoteric traditions. I mean, there's the Golden Dawn, there's Hermeticism, there's Rosicrucianism. There's all these undercurrents that they're not secret societies, because the difference that you have to understand between a secret society is something like the Illuminati, which the real Illuminati in the 1700s, created by Adam Weishaupt in Bavaria in Germany, you weren't allowed to say that you are a member of the Illuminati. But as a Freemason, you can say that, hey, I'm a Freemason, that we wear rings, we wear regalia. We are considered not a secret society, but a society with secrets. And the purpose of that is that, just like a craft, any kind of craft, like mathematics or philosophy, you can't go from, basic mathematics of addition, subtraction, multiplication and division to nonlinear equations or Boolean algebra without having a first basic understanding of what mathematical foundations are. So it's a progressive moral science. As far as Masonry is concerned, you have to learn these lessons of morality, and you have to understand what they really mean and practice them in your daily life before you can progress to these other levels. And you get to a point where they become ineffable. So what I mean by that is it's unspeakable when you learn these truths, and it's different for everybody. So, if I asked you, do you love your mother? Do you love your father? Right? And you say yes. And I say, okay, why? And you give me an answer, and I keep asking why and why. It gets to a point where you can't answer that in human language anymore. It's just an understanding. It's a knowing. So that's what happens as you go further up in Masonry. And the idea that, in the 33rd degree, I'm not a 33rd degree Mason, but what I do know for fact, and this is fact, in the late 1700s, there was something called the Congress of Wilhelmsbad that was called. And the reason why it was called is that the Illuminati was infiltrating Freemasonry. And they did that because to have a secret society or to have any type of society, you have to have two things. You have to have a member base and you have to have money. So the Illuminati, which was primarily run by Adam Weishaupt and Baron Kanye. Kanye was a Mason of the tradition of the strict observance, which they believed that their lineage went back to the Knights Templar, which is not factual at all. We draw from these different stories and allegories, and one of the most important things I've ever heard say in Masonry is that it doesn't matter whether or not the story is true. We don't know for fact if the stories that we read in the Bible or in the Torah or in the Quran are true. We might accept them as truth, but truth and fact are two different things. So, all of these things, I'm sorry that you went through that experience, but you still can do things. I mean, I would take action and I would write letters to those lodges. I would, at least let them know what they did, because that might spark something to let those lodges know that, hey, these aren't good men. These aren't people that we want in the fraternity.
You just said there about the Masons. It's not a secret society. It's a society with secrets. And those secrets, it's said, are there for anybody who wants to join. But the same can be said for the Mafia and the Ku Klux Klan.
Well, the difference is with the Mafia and the Ku Klux Klan is that those were societies based on hatred. Freemasonry is a society based on understanding that all human beings are created equal, that there is to be tolerance, justice, and mercy balanced together, and that we are to love one another. There's, a part in the 18th degree, in the Rosicrucian degree, the Rose Croix, the Knight Rose Croix, the Rose Cross, where, it talks directly out of the book of the John, a new commandment I give unto thee, to love one another. And love is the primary force that drives Freemasonry for good Freemasons. And as far as
I think one officers though who affected my life mustn't have been on that course when they joined.
Well, no, again, but that's the individual. That's the individual. I mean, just you've seen. It wasn't one individual.
It's 5 individuals.
Sure, but those are all individuals. You're talking about a group of millions of people, and there are good apples and bad apples in every group. I could say the same thing. As much as I support the police and the military, my parents were in the military. I have family in the police force, but there are good cops, there are bad cops, there are good people in government, there are bad people in government.
And I agree with you. And I'll just interject again. Sean, you had an ex-Metropolitan Police officer on, Paul Meary, I think his name. And you asked him that Masonic question, and he said, he admitted he was a Mason, obviously, he was quite open about it, asked you if you were. And then you said, has he ever seen anything in the force while he was in the police? And he said, it doesn't happen. He said, it's never, to my experience, I've never seen anything like that affect anybody's career where they've got on because they're in the Masons. Now, I can't believe that a serving police officer wouldn't say that or comes out with that conclusion that it never happens about what goes on with the Masons in the police. He must have witnessed something in his 30-odd years that he did in the police. But because he's a Mason, he won't speak out against them.
Which ties into the question from one of the viewers here, Anne of Cleavers, who's asked, if the Masons are so charitable and sweet, then why all of the secrecy?
Well, again, the secrecy is because, number one, it's a practice when you look back into any initiatic society. And a lot of people forget that when Christianity came about, Christianity was a secret society. It had to be. Because if you were found out to be a Christian during the Roman Empire in that era, you were put to death. So they would meet in secret. They were a secret initiatic society. The Gnostics were. So the secrecy is a lesson. It's a discipline. Just as a Buddhist monk, when they meditate, or any person when they meditate, it's silence, because you're learning how to listen to the inner voices inside of you. A lot of that is, no different than modern psychology, of processing things that you've been through in your life and facing these things and trying to cast off negative aspects of the self. Maybe some people drink too much. Maybe some people are greedy. Maybe some people are power hungry. So the first idea of secrecy is that you need to be silent, and you need to be secret within yourself to have that discipline of these ancient philosophers. And that's taught in all these old schools of Socrates and Aristotle. The second thing is that if I say that if I'm going to practice secrecy and silence, and if someone comes to me and they say, hey, I really need to tell you something, and it can affect my life very negatively, and I absolutely need to trust you with this, and I have to trust you with this. And if I go and open my mouth about that, why should I ever be trusted again? Why would I be? I wouldn't be. So that's the idea of secrecy and silence within it. And it also enhances the experience for the candidate going through the degrees, because if you leak out all this information, and you can read most of the stuff online if you dig for it, the passwords, the handshakes, and all these different things, but just because they're there, I made a promise that I would not talk about things that are esoteric in Masonry, because I made a promise to do so. Now, these aren't things that are, we don't have meetings about like, oh, we're going to do world domination and things like that. And the idea that these upper echelon of politicians and people like that, are doing these kind of things is absolutely absurd, because the amount of time it takes to go through Masonry and understanding these things. I mean, you're talking about decades and decades of understanding and studying these things, which go back into ancient religions and mythologies, not only Christianity, but, you know, things before then, Mithraism and, you know, Judaism and Egyptian funerary rites. And the idea is to show yourself, you learn from this, that from the beginning of the thinking human being of the dawn of civilization, when mankind started to really contemplate why we are here, what is our purpose, what are we supposed to do here, that all of these different civilizations have been looking for the same thing from the beginning of time. You know, they've been looking for the questions of those philosophical, you know, types of conundrums that we're faced with. You know, what is our purpose here? And I believe that, you know, what I've learned through Freemasonry is that, you know, in Paul's letter to the Corinthians, he said, "Don't you know that you are the temple of God and the Spirit of God resides in you?" And we talk about the fact that the same light that illuminates your neighbor is the same light that illuminates you. And it all traces back through a single pane of glass into a single source of light, which is God and creation. Even between the negative space and the stars, the darkness, God dwells.
Well, Dean Dixon has asked, can I ask you who Jahbalon, Jahbalon is? Is he the god that the Freemasons worship? And this person, Dean Dixon, has heard that he is a bad deity.
That word is a combination of another thing too in Freemasonry, which is important, is etymology, the study of words. So people were throwing around the word Satan, Lucifer, and the devil. They all mean three different things. The word Satan is a Hebrew word that means the accuser. Lucifer was a Latin word that means the bringer of light. If you go onto Google, on YouTube, and if you look up a Vatican Mass and you type in Vatican Mass Lucifer, you will see that when they refer to Christ, they call him Lucifer because they're speaking in ancient Vulgate Latin. So Lucifer, Lucifer, is the bringer of light. So it gets misconstrued. We have to keep in mind that when the Bible is written, a lot of the language is dead language, Aramaic and other forms of language. So these words get misconstrued over the time. You could say the same thing about the swastika, right? When you look at Rudyard Kipling, who was a Christian writer, his books have the swastika on them. And you know, but that was before Hitler took that symbol and made it into something of a symbol of power and made it the main insignia for the Nazis. So all of these things get misconstrued. And that word that person had talked about, that is a word that the word Jah is in Psalm, I believe, 68:4. And the word Om is a word of an expression of creation. So they're words put together and they're symbols. They're symbols. We use words as symbols to teach different lessons of morality. It all goes back to morality. It's a moral science.
Have you got anything to add, Gary, before the next question?
I was wondering if Johnny had heard of Roberto Calvi.
I have not, no.
No, okay. Back in the 80s, he was the main banker for the Masons in Italy. And basically, the money he'd been looking after at the main bank, private bank in Italy, had gone because his Masonic contacts had used it and depleted it. And he was about to blow the whistle on what had gone on. He got into England on a false passport, and 2 days later, he was found hanging under Blackfriars Bridge on some scaffolding. And the story was that was a ritual Masonic murder. Because there was also because it was a black friar. There's a statue of a black friar on Blackfriars Bridge, and that has some indication of Masonic connection. But you know, to this day, no one's ever been convicted of his murder, and he was a big Mason and about to blow the whistle on them.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I mean, I don't have the facts of that. I don't know that case. You know. Again, there's good apples and bad apples, and you could say the same thing about every major religion in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, the Crusades,
but, you know, the
Vatican.
There is bad apples, and I'm not saying Masons are bad apples, but those who are bad, nothing ever seems to happen to them.
That's not true. That's not true. Not what I've seen. Being a very active Mason, that's not true. There are things
So
that happen.
what examples have you got then?
People, I mean, we don't kill people. I mean, people get kicked out of the fraternity.
I never suggested you did. No, I never suggested you did. But these people who did that to me, they're still walking around Manchester on the pensions, and nothing's ever happened to them. And it's as if it didn't happen, and it was all in my mind, which it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the course of action I would take as a Mason, if I were in your shoes, is that I would write letters to the lodge. I would visit the lodge. I would ask to speak to the master of the lodge, along with their executive committee board, and tell them what happened, and tell them the names of the people that did that to you. And I would
how do you find out which lodge they're in? Because it's so secret.
You can call the United Grand Lodge of England, and you can tell them that about what happened, and that you could tell them that you want to, look at pressing charges against them, not masonically, but pressing charges and getting the word out about these people. Because if they are doing that kind of stuff, those aren't the people that we want in there. We do not want those people in there, because
people working in the establishment protect themselves. So it's hard to go against the establishment because it doesn't want to be proven wrong, or to have to acknowledge its crimes or pay out compensation.
I wouldn't agree with that. If something is done wrong, you start to pick up traits with these people along the way. You get to know them very well, and you get to start seeing, which way they're going to go. Some people, like I said, come in for fellowship, where they're just, they're looking to make a new network of friends, people that move to different places, and they have the same, ideals and values that Masonry holds, that they want to be a part of. Then you have other people that, want the knowledge of it. But again, knowledge applied without the virtues of morality can lead to madness, and can lead to, a wantonness of power. And that's not good.
You've just mentioned morality there, and some people question my morality at covertly recording senior officers in the force. Now, if I hadn't have done that was my insurance policy, basically, because they can't argue with what's on them tapes. Now, had I have not done that, and have said to you, perhaps, Johnny, today, this is what they said to me, and you might have said, well, you might have misinterpreted what we said, or they would have said, no, we didn't say that. It's only because I covertly tape recorded them saying what they were saying and what they did, that I got the Queen's Police Medal in the end. Otherwise, I'd have been seen, because of the seniority of them, they're there and I'm down here. And I wouldn't have been listened to. Because of the position they have in the force and in the Masons, you're just seen as the muck on the shoes. Go away.
Yeah, I don't know the inner workings of the law there, but if there's something where you're in fear for your life, or you feel like harm's going to be done, and taping that stuff, I mean, I would go to those lodges, and if you still have those tapes, play them for them.
Still got them. Yeah, still got them.
Play them for them, because the only action really that these lodges can do is kick these people out. I mean, it's not a government. It's not a law enforcement agency. They can kick them out, though, and that's it. But it's a fraternity, that's it. Someone had asked if women were Masons. Yes, there are female Masons. They've been around for hundreds of years. There's also co-ed Masonry, where there's male and female, mostly in France. But the idea is that and this is the truth, is that Masonry as a whole strives for equality and peace in the world. I mean, for anybody to call on darkness or evil or chaos in our life, you have to be a absolute moron, because life is hard enough as it is. Why would you want to call on those things? We don't call on those things in Masonry. We pray to God, as we understand God, and we have tolerance for each other, for our different creeds and religions in the lodge room. And the two things we're not allowed to talk about are politics or religion in the lodge room. And when you take that away, there's really nothing to argue about except philosophical ideas.
All right, we're running out of time here. Carol T has asked, my grandfather in LA and my husband's father in Egypt were both Masons. I attended the funeral of my great uncle who was buried in the Masonic way. I only knew the Masons to be benevolent and philanthropic. The question is, how do practices differ from area to area?
I was fortunate enough to attend a lodge meeting in the United Grand Lodge of England, Quata Coronati, which is the premier research lodge of Freemasonry. So the signs and the symbols and the hand gestures are different. Also, too, there's in the United States, we have what's called free and accepted Masonry and ancient free and accepted Masonry. So those come from two different streams. One is more focused on the English system. The other is more focused on Scottish and French rituals. And these things have been rewritten over time, but essentially it's stayed the same around the world. When you get into places like Iceland and some other areas, they have only 9 degrees, and in some places you have to be Christian to be a Mason.
Johnny, sorry to cut you off, but we're going to go live to Ukraine in 2 minutes. Can you just tell, you're an absolute wealth of knowledge. I really appreciate you sharing the knowledge. You're such an eloquent speaker. Would love to get you back on. Do you want to tell the viewers where they can find you and support you?
Sure. In the United States and in the UK, there are 2 films out. If you really want to have a good understanding of Masonry and the Illuminati, the real Illuminati, there's a film called 33 and Beyond, The Royal Art of Freemasonry, and the other one is called Illuminated. And they're both available in the United Kingdom and in the United States on Amazon Prime.
Oh, huge thank you, Johnny. And Gary, your story is so moving. It's gripped the public. It's viral on the channel. People can watch your podcast on my channel. What about your book? Where can they find that, and how can they support you?
You obviously can find that on all sorts of outlets, Amazon, all the usual outlets, basically. But obviously what I want to say is thanks again, because there's not many outlets out there who, for some reason, want to talk about this subject. I've got my own views on that as to why I'm blocked from talking about it at certain places. But thank God there's people like you, Sean, who give people like me the opportunity.
Oh, well, thanks both you guys for being such good sports and coming on this evening and discussing this. And I really appreciate you spending time with us. And, would love to get you both back on, but we've got to move on now.
Again, no hard feelings with me. I'm not against Masons per se, as I say. So it was great to speak with you, Johnny, as well, and get your views on it.
Yeah, and great to speak with you as well, Gary. And like I said, if I were you, I would take action. And thank you again for your service to your country and your citizens.
All right. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
You.
Thank you. Right. We have to move on. Let's bring Andrew in. And just a little announcement before Andrew says anything. So next Wednesday, I'm on the road filming podcasts, but we will be releasing 6:00 on Wednesday our Mark Williams Thomas interview. He is the cop who exposed the Jimmy Savile case. So it's going to be mega. He's a major contributor to our Jimmy Savile documentary. So next week, 6 p.m., Mark Williams Thomas. And I don't know if you caught any of that, Andrew, or if you've got anything to say, but I'm about to bow out to you and Sweeney.
Just a fascinating interview. I did catch the last bit of it. I like seeing people debate in good faith, and then to sort of get on at the end and, nice, lovely, good lads.
Classic. All right. I wish you much fun with John Sweeney, and I will see you later. Cheers.
Thanks. See you, mate.
Bye.
Hi, John. How are you doing?
Very good. Thank you, Andrew. Why is the old man gone away? Has he gone to the boozer or something like this?
Knowing Sean, quite possibly. No, well, we sort of, since he's upped the programming and everything, he does hours and hours of it. He's gotten me in. I'm a journalist. I'm Andrew. Hello, and I former BBC as well, documentary presenter guy.
Any old rubbish will do these days.
Yeah, exactly. They send me out afterwards. I think they Sean likes to send me out to sort of give the channel more credence when it's like a serious person like you.
And anyway, you can. You're not a former nightclub bouncer from, where was it? Warrington or St Helens? It's like
up around. It's one of those, isn't it?
It's one of those. He's a dodgy geezer, Sean. I like him, but I wouldn't. I mean, he's the kind of guy. When you're trying to get into the nightclub, you just go, yes, Sean, yeah, whatever you want.
He's one of the most fascinating people I've ever met. I've got to say, I love getting to co-host this with him. I never saw my career going in that direction. It's quite something. Hey, what are we talking about me for? You're out in Kiev. What on earth, man? So what?
Kiev, mate.
People have been saying Kiev.
Kiev.
Kiev is the trendy way of saying it. I wouldn't have gotten into the nightclub.
Whatever. If Vladimir Putin eats chicken Kiev, then we chicken Kiev. I actually cooked the other day, and because of the kind of war, there are lots of tragedies. One of which is my cooking, and I had some chicken legs, and I had no garlic and no bread butter or anything like. Anyway, all I did was I had chicken legs, and then I just poured vodka on it, and I called it chicken Kiev.
Right, I was thinking that used to be my favourite thing, a chicken Kiev.
I kind of like it. I like it.
Yeah, it's nice. I've gone veggie actually, so I need a veggie chicken Kiev somehow.
Showbiz. I'm not a vegetarian. But there is a war. Hold on. Well, let's talk about the war for a bit. Yeah.
Yes. Let's. Well, I want to know what are you out there independently? What's the deal? How did you get out there?
I'd very much like to thank Tommy Robinson and the former and disgraced Director General of the BBC, Tony Hall, Lord Hall of Birkenhead, for ruining my BBC career. Because here I am. I rocked up here on Valentine's Day independently as a freelance. And I switched on Patreon, which I've never done before. And basically, people, if they want to do this, and they can, and you can tell me to fuck off, and that's perfectly fine. You don't have to do anything. But basically, if you want to give me £1 a month on Patreon or more, that'd be nice. And
lovely.
What that means is that I have money to go out there and tell stories. And since I've been in Kiev, I've done a number of films, for example, about the children who are trapped in Kiev's kids' hospital. Right. So Andrew, there are lots of children who have been able to escape because they're fine with their mums, and often their dads take them to the border, and then their dads go back to the war. Then there are kids who have got such obvious awfulness, terrible tragedies, terrible sickness, cancers, that CNN, for example, has said, we'll get you out. And then there's the kids where it's just too difficult. So there is a kidney dialysis unit in Kiev Kids Hospital. And if the kids have got massive kidney problems, if they move away from the machines that keep them alive, they may die. If they stay in Kiev, because of Vladimir Putin's killing machine coming this way, they may die. And so the thing that really got me, and you can see it on my Twitter feed, and I'm doing stuff on TikTok, it doesn't matter. Twitter, John Sweeney, Raw, ROAR, as in shouting at Scientology. The thing that really got to me, Andrew, was there was a fucking clown. And I don't like clowns, and they're rubbish normally, but this clown was really funny and good. and she was making these kids laugh. And remember, the kids are trapped by their bodies in the war zone, and so are their mums and dads. They can't leave.
No.
You can't abandon your kid. But suddenly the cities, the capitals, become a war zone. So you love your kid, so you're going to stay with your kid. But how awful is that? In the middle of this is a clown. The clown's called Choo Choo. And there's a 12-year-old girl, and you can see it all. I pull all these films up on my Twitter feed, John Sweeney Raw. Anyway, you see it, and there's a 12-year-old girl who is quite sophisticated, and she knows clowns are for little kids, not somebody her age. And I say to the kid who has got some serious liver and kidney problems, you can see because her face is yellow, which is a classic symptom of anyone with a liver problem, kidney problem. I said, "What's your name?" And she says, "Alyona," but I mishear it on my own, going deaf or something like this. And I say, "Elon," and the clown goes, "Elon Musk." And the idea that Mr. Rocket Man from the States, Mr. Tesla, is going to hang out in a basement in the children's hospital and give it. It's so ridiculous and so funny. Both me and the 12-year-old, who kind of knows that it's silly to laugh at clowns, and we start laughing, and it's difficult. And then the clown finds these other kids and makes them laugh. And I'm wearing a mask because it's a surgical environment, and that's proper. And I'm grateful for my mask because I'm crying. Mm. And by the way, I'm an old war reporter, and I'm going to have a drink now because talking about this makes me upset.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, this kind of thing is something that, are you used to it, or is this just another level for you? I mean, that comedy you just talked about, I suppose, brought the tragedy into stark relief.
Yeah, so I'm not used to it. I'm not used to it. And I am used to it. I've seen wars. So I've reported the wars in Rwanda and Burundi, and I was tear gassed by the apartheid state. But the first big war, and then I did the Romanian Revolution, 1989. I walked in other people's blood, and I understood the evil of Ceausescu's communism, and that communism was evil and dark. And then the wars in Yugoslavia, and I was in sieges in Osijek and Dubrovnik and Sarajevo and Bihać, and you see awful stuff. And then I went to Chechnya, and then I went to Afghanistan, then Iraq, the big one, and so I've seen.
How is this?
I've seen a lot of stuff, and the thing, Andrew, is that I've seen all this stuff, and then I go into the basement, the Kiev Children's Hospital, and there's a clown making kids laugh, and I can't stop myself bursting into tears. And I've got a mask on, so it's okay, so no one sees me crying. But this is horrible. And because I've seen it before in other places, and because I'm a big tough guy, I would say, it doesn't insulate me from the horror of it. It upsets me, and I hate it.
And it appears from afar that Russia is sort of firing indiscriminately at hospitals and things like that. Is that what you're getting from the ground?
So what's weird is that I think so. You know that Kyiv is. I'm switching. It's the light shining into. Anyway, I'm trying to. Oh, fuck's sake! You can tell this is rubbish. Anyway, so here we go. So do that, John. So Kyiv is the historic center of Russian civilization. And I think Putin is afraid to smash it to pieces. What we've heard tonight is that Russian Air Force have bombed a maternity hospital in Mariupol, which is a city down south on the Black Sea. I've been there. It's a bit like Liverpool or Birkenhead or somewhere like that. Not very posh, full of ordinary people, and they've wiped out. That's what the reports are saying. I'm miles away from it, but they've wiped out a maternity hospital full of expectant mothers and kids. And let's, I want to say this so we're all clear. Ukraine was at peace, and Vladimir Putin has invaded this place, which was at peace. And that's a crime. And killing pregnant mothers and their babies in a maternity hospital is a war crime. And I've seen evidence in Kyiv. The Russians tried to knock out the TV transmitter, and a missile hit the TV control center, knocking out the TV control center here, knocking off Ukrainian TV. Also killed a worker, also killed 4 other people. And I hitchhiked. I'm freelance. I'm not here. I've left the BBC, obviously. And I hitchhiked a ride to the TV tower, and the guy picked me up. He's got a dodgy Skoda with bad ball bearings. By the way, and the thing is, because it's such a rubbish car, we sail through all the checkpoints, all the Ukrainian army checkpoints, whereas all my proper colleagues in their proper gear with their fancy cars got stopped and searched properly. Because we were going, we sailed through, and I was the first reporter in the TV tower. Lucky me, I got to see the worker's blood. His body had been removed, but there was blood there. And then the guy who showed me around the TV tower, we walked through the other side of the street, and a couple of Russian missiles had overshot, smashed into some shops, killed an old man and killed a mother and her child. And I saw their bodies before the people from the morgue took them away. So I've seen with my own eyes innocent civilians being killed.
What does that do to somebody? What does that do to you? I mean, how are you? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm telling stories about the Kremlin murdering children. And I'm doing it with good evidence. And I believe the West, for far too long, has given Vladimir Putin and his Moscow gold an easy ride. Now, I'm very conscious of who I'm talking to. I mean, Sean, the bouncer from Witness, has left you and I to it. But there are a lot of people in Britain, or there are some people in Britain, who are supporters of Tommy Robinson, who saw the video about me, and they give me a hard time. And I will say to them, this is clear and simple. What Tommy Robinson said about me was entirely unfair. The video was maliciously filmed, and I'm not interested in other people's sex lives. The person he actually accused, the woman who accuses me and he tapes her. It's not me, it's another reporter. I'm not going to go down that street too far. What I am going to say is this. Tommy Robinson went to Moscow, and he has taken, I think, Moscow money. Never mind. I do not think he's an honest person. I do not think he has and respects the views of ordinary British people. All I know right now is that Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin killing machine are 15 miles away from where I speak. And that all I'm trying to do is tell the story of ordinary Ukrainian men, women, and children who are standing up to Russian fascism. And if people in Britain don't get that, then in very simple terms, I will say the same thing that I keep on saying to Vladimir Putin on my Twitter feed. You can watch it. And what I say to Vladimir Putin is, do fuck off. Yeah. And I'm saying to people who think that, who may not get what's happening here, fuck off.
Yeah.
There's
a lot of talk.
It's a war crime.
Can I just say, firstly, when you say you're aware of who you're talking to and all of that, I don't know about. I can't vouch for Sean because I don't know what his relationship to Tommy Robinson is.
He doesn't like him. Sean, by the way,
Right.
Sean is a good guy, and he's had me on about Ghislaine Maxwell. The very fact that he's had me on here is proof that he is willing to give me a bit of a platform to say what I want to say.
Yeah, I think Sean's a big fan of yours actually, and so am I should say. And I can say, not speaking for this channel, that Tommy Robinson, holds no sway with me. I mean, he's as far as I'm concerned a fascist, and I don't want anything.
Well, no, I think he's a Nazi. Yeah. He gave an interview, or rather, he gave a speech to the far right in Germany, in Bavaria. That's not good. But he also went to Russia, and I'll stick up the evidence. He's been to Russia, and I think Russia paid for that. So the problem is that what's happened is, in 1939, the Germans were fascists. And although Stalinism was dark and evil, eventually in 1941, when Nazi Germany invaded Russia, Russia was on our side. Those things have switched. Germany is now a good country, a democracy, and Russia is fascist, and Russia is invading its entirely peaceful neighbor. I know I'm going to say this in very clear terms. Vladimir Putin says that the government here are neo-Nazi. President Zelensky is Jewish, as is his prime minister. I don't think they're very Jewish. I think they eat bacon sandwiches and everything. I don't care. But they're not, their heels do not click. They're not Nazis.
No. There was the video, wasn't there, of the piano. Sorry, go on. The Havana Gila piano comedy act that Zelensky did. Have you seen that?
I haven't. All I do know is that I am, and listen, mate, I'm a lapsed Catholic, and I only ever eat bacon sandwiches in the morning, but I'm currently the stringer for the Jewish Chronicle in Kyiv.
Right. Fascinating.
So I'd just like to say to everybody, and I can't read all this this feed because it's pinging up at me, but the idea that this side, where I am, Ukraine, is Nazi, that's just nonsense. That's just nonsense. It's complete nonsense.
Well, John, don't worry about that, because that
life and laughter.
John, don't read that stuff. I had to learn when I got onto Sean's channel at first. There's so many lovely people, and then you'll get one or two that are just horrible. So just don't look at that.
But Andrew, the reason I've come here is to argue with these people. Right now, I mean, I am a big critic of Vladimir Putin, and I am 15 miles away from him. So number one, the idea that I'm some kind of left-wing la-di-da
No, you're not.
I'm not.
You're not, but they're
Secondly,
going to accuse you of that anyway.
whether they, but also the other thing is we're fighting for human decency and courage and civilization and laughter and fun. My side. And the Kremlin side is, I mean, he's got this guy who runs the Wagner Group, named after Hitler's favorite composer. And the guy who runs that has got swastika tattoos. So I'd like to say to everybody who kind of supports Tommy Robinson or thinks I'm in the sway of some kind of Jewish conspiracy, well, go to Moscow and open your mouth and you'll see what happens to you.
Well, look, I couldn't agree more. And I would also say to him, I don't usually say it about commenters and stuff, but I would just say that right now, John is in the middle of a war zone. So just keep that in mind right now. And as he says, he's 15 miles away from Putin right now. Do you feel, I mean, I saw the Sky News footage of the journalists who were shot at. Is that just happening? A journalist being shot at? You mentioned a car that you were able to get by. Do you fear for your life?
I don't. No, but also I'm freelance. I don't have a big company behind me. I'm on Patreon. But so what I do is, and this isn't my first rodeo, but I hang around the city. I go to the hospital. I see there's a really great friend of mine, Semyon Glusman, who was the first Soviet psychiatrist to say that the abuse of Soviet psychiatry was wrong. He wrote a report about it, and Semyon got banged up by the Soviet Union, by the commies, for 10 years in a gulag. And by the way, I asked him, what's with the long table? You know, there's Putin, there's Macron. What's with the long table? And Semyon says, the distance between Putin and his death. Seriously smart guy. The president of the Ukrainian Psychiatric Association. Because I did a panorama about Scientology, a church of. Psychiatrists love me. And Semyon and his gang, which is great. It's the Ukrainian Psychiatric Association, my favorite organization on the whole planet. They paid for me to come out in 2016 to talk about the evil of Scientology because Scientology was coming here. And Semyon's here. I said, Semyon's 75. He spent 10 years in the Soviet Gulag. And I said, Semyon, are you going to fight? And no, I'm too old. I don't know how to fight. I'm 75. I'm not going to kill anyone. I don't want to do that. But if the Russian tanks come to my street, I will protest. So there is something about the aristocracy of the human spirit that's happening in Ukraine, which is quite amazing. And part of the reason I am here is because I find this wonderful. I am witnessing the aristocracy of the human spirit, and I want to carry on reporting it for as long as my courage and my alcohol supply lasts.
Tell me your thoughts on Zelensky, because what a character, what a fascinating story to have arisen out of seemingly nowhere.
It's Mr. Bean. It's Mr. Bean takes over, or Mr. Bean, or possibly Michael Palin, like Sir Galahad in Monty Python and the Holy Grail. That kind of slightly kind of like, I'm just a simple knight, and then bang.
Yeah.
The entire Russian killing machine is coming at him, and he keeps on cracking jokes. He's extraordinary. But then there's the ordinary extraordinary. Have you like, you've seen the Ukrainian tractor jokes, you know, them keep on nicking the Russian tanks. And then there's this stuff like the Russian, like There's, likely it's going to be a good harvest this year, says one Ukrainian tractor driver to another, and they're bringing in the tanks. And then the guy who showed me around the TV tower, I said, what do you do before the war? So, well, I was a hot air balloon pilot. But can I, when the war's over, and like the resilience and the love of fun of ordinary Ukrainians is magnificent. By the way, I know Navalny, Alexei Navalny, who is the true leader of the opposition in Russia. He was poisoned with Novichok, and now he's in prison. He's brilliant and funny, and if he was in charge, this stupid war wouldn't be happening.
Man, it's just the worst thing. Tell me what it's like right now. Okay, this is what doesn't get reported as such, and I'm really interested in it. I mean, what happens? Where are you getting food from? Are supermarkets open? How are people living still?
So, Andrew, it's not my first rodeo. So what happened was I bought. I expected this to happen, and I went to a hypermarket and bought a ton of food 2 weeks ago. So everything I'm eating is way past its sell-by date. I don't give a fuck. What I'm worried about is I've now I've blown out my gin. I've got half a bottle of Jameson's Irish whiskey, and then a bottle of Captain Morgan's dark spice rum.
Right.
And half a bottle of dodgy Ukrainian vodka. But I know enough people now in this great city that it's going to be okay. So I need. And by the way, I'm a high-functioning alcoholic. I've written 12 books. What matters to me is that the other day, this is absolutely true. I'm a reporter. I report for everybody and anybody. There are Chechens here, Muslim fighters from the Southern Republic, who are fighting with the Ukrainians because they hate the Kremlin. There are Chechens on Vladimir Putin's side, but the Chechens I'd like to meet, I haven't met them yet, but I will meet them. Mm-hmm. They're good people. So the idea that I'm running a couple of articles for Jewish Chronicle, I'm here freelance. I'm also going to tell the story of the Muslim Chechens fighting for Ukraine, both sides. There's also, and I haven't got to them yet, but there are gay, lesbian fighters who are Ukrainian, fighting for Ukraine. I don't care who people are, so long as they fight for democracy against totalitarianism. Those are my goals, and they're pretty simple. As a reporter, I bought lots of stuff. It's out of date. I'm okay. Putin isn't hitting the center of town at the moment. I've got a fixer, Eugene, a driver, Vlad. They're both very funny and very good. We like each other. There's a milk bar that's open in the evening. We go there and talk. But, the other day, I went to the synagogue. Jewish Chronicle asked me to go, so I went.
Sure.
And there's this lovely Ukrainian Jewish lady, and she bursts into tears. I want to stay. She starts crying, but I've got to go. My husband's staying. I want Ukraine to be independent. We got a half an hour to kill. Across the road to a milk bar. The milk bar people, it's the 8th anniversary of their opening, and they've got lots of buns and everything. And I say, these Jewish people are leaving, and they give some buns to the Jewish refugees. And the people in the shop are lovely. And then I go to the hospital, and then I meet this poor woman, Yevgenia, whose daughter, Mariana, is critically ill, and she can't leave. If the baby leaves, the baby may die. If the baby stays, she may get killed by the Russian army. That's wrong.
Yeah.
Just wrong.
And what is it like for people at ground level? Are there just bombs flying off in the background? Are you hearing that from your flat?
No. So where I am, so in Kiev's a huge place, half the size of London. I'm in Westminster. Right in the government is inches away from where I am. The internet is working, the electricity's on, you can see that. You can watch from my video, I wander around town. None of this is fake. So at the moment, Putin is afraid to smash the heart of Kiev because this is Russian Orthodox versus Ukrainian Orthodox. And there are people back home in Russia who don't like this war. The killing is taking place in places like kind of Edmonton and Croydon at the moment.
Okay.
So if you're a Londoner, you can imagine. It's unbelievably scary.
Yeah.
And I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and I shudder with fear. And then I go, oh, fuck it, John. My old man, Leonard Sweeney, was a ship's engineer in the Battle Atlantic. He was brave and good at the age of 19. And all I'm trying to do is to copy my old dad.
But what happens, John, when the lights go out where you are? What happens when the electricity does go out? Do you have a plan?
Andrew, I'll be the first to tell you. Well, actually, I won't be because anyway, we'll find a way. I've been in places like this before, but I for the moment, it's simple. Vladimir Putin would like to smash this place to fucking pieces. But because there are lots of journalists here, it's more difficult for him to do that. If we all disappear, then he can kill these people. But for the moment, we're the witnesses to truth and light. And so long as we stay here, it makes Putin's life more difficult.
What is Putin's goal, do you think?
Fucking hell. Have you got any easy questions?
What are you having for breakfast? I mean, even that's probably a difficult question.
So
it's all run out of date.
No, it's completely, sorry. Andrew, I'm being unfair. I'm mocking you, but I'm not mocking you. I'm registering the power of that question, and I think he's in trouble. I think Vladimir Putin has made a major strategic mistake, and he is. So my friend Semen Glusman, the first Soviet psychiatrist to blow the whistle on Soviet abuse of psychiatry, and he spent 10 years as a Zek in the Gulag for his courage. And he says to me, Putin is not mad, he's bad. My view is he is a rational actor, but inside a bunker so dark, he doesn't understand the consequences of what he's doing. He, like the Wizard of Oz, he's pulling levers. He's pulling levers, and he doesn't understand the effect they're having. He doesn't understand that some of these levers, because the Russian army doesn't like this war, aren't responding. And that is a terrifying place to be. But the only thing we can do in the Western world is oppose him. Any other equivocation, and I'm seeing a lot of it here, a lot of nonsense here on the right. Free Julian Assange. Julian Assange, is he dead? My friend.
His brother. His brother's coming on after you, I think.
Okay, well, I'm going to say exactly what I said to Alexander Dugin, who was who is Putin's Rasputin. He said, "What about Julian Assange?" I said, "Well, Boris Nemtsov. He's dead." What does the murderer of Boris Nemtsov tell you about the state of Russian democracy? Julian Assange? Julian Assange is in prison currently, and he's being tried and he's going through a legal process. He's got lawyers. Nemtsov was killed. Anna Politkovskaya was killed. Natasha Estamirova was killed. Alexei Navalny, my friend, was poisoned and is now in prison. He does not have any kind of chance. So the idea that you can say that Julian Assange and Boris Nemtsov are equal cases is nonsense. Nemtsov was murdered.
Yeah.
So I don't think that people properly understand how dark Putin is. He's killing kids. He's killing men and women and children right now in real time, and the West should stand up to him. I've got to go because I'm going to do some other work. But thank you very much.
No, thank you so much for giving us your time, and I hope we get to speak again on this. And I hope you're okay, John. You know, bloody hell.
Listen, I'm more than okay. Also, I'm very up for an argument, so I will happily come here again. I'm coming here deliberately, because I know there are a lot of people who don't like me because I said to Tommy Robinson, "Stop threatening people."
Yeah.
And the message to Vladimir Putin is the same: stop threatening people. Actually, to Putin, stop killing people, and do that now. And I want to say to the don't understand what's happening, when you launch a war against a peaceful country, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
It's outrageous. John, I would just say before you go, there are, Sean's channel's got hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and unfortunately the ones who comment are always going to be the ones on the more extreme ends of both sides, so I think the vast majority are really on side with you, and I think they should go and visit your Patreon, shouldn't they? Where can they find your Patreon?
Yeah, so it's Patreon, John Sweeney Raw. My Twitter, you go to John Sweeney Raw at Twitter. You can always have a go at me, but you'll find at least.
I'd rather not. I saw what happened to those Scientologists, John.
Yeah. Well, you will find there's about. I've got about a hardcore of 7,000 ex-members of the Church of Scientology, who love me to bits. Anyway, hail Zeno.
Yes, have a lovely evening, and I hope you find enough drinks and all that, and that you're all right.
No. Listen, by the way, I'm a drinker. I like drinking. I don't like people who murder people. Okay? Take care.
Take care, John. Thank you. I think that's fair enough. I'd rather have a drink than murder people. Right, so now, a bit belated, we have the wonderful Dr. Shahom Das back on the show. How you doing, Shahom?
Hello. Yeah, pretty good, Andrew.
Good. Sorry about that delay. It was just mad that he was in the middle of Kiev right now, although it sounded like it wasn't all bombing and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, that's you have to go with what's hot.
It's hot. Well, you're hot right now, mate. You are very hot. We're here to talk now about Kanye West, aren't we? We're going to go straight from Kiev and I suppose a touch of high functioning alcoholism, because John was on the booze there, to bipolar. Two things that are probably linked, aren't they? Often.
Yeah, I mean, it's so people with bipolar affective disorder will often self-medicate. So if they're low, they might drink to lift their spirits, and if they're a bit high, they might drink to kind of calm them down or to take the edge off.
Maybe that's what's going on there. And also because he was talking about going and seeing people dying and that kind of thing, and then he's just going home and having a bunch of drinks. So I can see why that might, why a drink might have helped him.
Absolutely, yeah.
So tell me, what is bipolar disorder?
So I think the thing about bipolar is it's often kind of misunderstood. It's like one of these terms that's kind of a bit like depression. I think people use it when they're a bit sad, and sometimes people who just have mood swings say they're bipolar, but it's actually quite a serious mental illness. So it's characterized by periods of depression and periods of mania. So mania is kind of like the opposite of depression. Instead of being low in your mood, you're lifted up. And somebody who's typically manic will be really speeded up, like a constant flow of thoughts, like a flight of ideas. So they're constantly jumping onto a new grandiose idea. They kind of have a grandiosity, so they think that they've got special abilities or powers, and they tend to not be full of energy. They don't need to sleep. They tend to eat loads but don't put weight on. So it's kind of like the opposite of depression in many ways. And also it's associated with impulsive kind of decisions. So I suppose it's definitely not the same as alcohol or drinking, but one thing they have in common is that, a bit like when you're drunk, you can make impulsive decisions, whether that's doing something with somebody that you shouldn't, or going out to get a kebab, or spending money. In the same way, when you're properly manic, then you're unable to really control your impulses. So typically you might do something like spend lots of money on something that you regret when you're actually well.
Right, that's fascinating. We've got a little question here saying, is there a link between MS and bipolar?
Not that I'm aware of, or if there is, that it's very weak. I think it is more likely to be a link between MS and depression. So most kind of chronic disorders, especially that are associated with serious physical symptoms, pain, more associated with depression than bipolar. Also, I should mention that bipolar used to be known as manic depression, so they're the same thing. I think it's just a bit of a nicer name, really.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. So you mentioned before that they eat a lot and don't put weight on. Why is that?
I think just because people, when they're in a manic phase, they just are constantly burning energy because they're full of excitement and energy. They're moving around all the time. And because they don't sleep, they don't kind of, they're awake for a much longer period of time. So they burn more calories overall.
Is stuff like bipolar, is that like on a spectrum? Because I sort of recognize some of that stuff in myself. I can be really up and then suddenly really down. Are we all a bit that way to an extent, and then some people have it a lot? Or is it like, no, this is the condition? And
Well, so I think all of psychiatry, all diagnoses, and I'm the first to admit this as a psychiatrist, are man-made constructs. So most psychiatric illnesses are on a kind of spectrum. So you could just have, any given individual can just have mood swings. That could be part of their personality. You can also have something called cyclothymia. So cyclothymia is like a bit like a diet bipolar. So you do have mood swings, but the highs are not quite high enough to be mania, and the lows are not quite low enough to be depression. And then on top of that, you got type 1 bipolar and type 2 bipolar. So type 1 means you go into full mania, whereas type 2 means that you might have full depression, but you never go into full mania. But again, I'd be the first to admit that sometimes I think it's overcomplicated. For me, it's ultimately about this. What is an individual's level of functioning? So having a name like cyclothymia, type 1 bipolar, type 2 bipolar, I don't think is necessarily that helpful. But knowing whether an individual can function, if they need medication, if they need hospitalization, that is more of a helpful kind of construct, I think.
That's it. I get what you're saying, and I think like there is this feeling. I suppose it's a very human thing because we're all about patterns. We like to seek and find patterns, so we label people, and I do it myself all the time. I'm always like, well, that person's a psychopath. That person's probably on the autism scale. That person's this and that, and I'm aware as I'm doing it, I'm being a bit facetious because I know like who the hell am I to say it? And I suppose what you're saying is like it doesn't really, none of that matters the name so much as long as you're looking at how are they functioning, I guess. Yeah.
I kind of get why people use these terms colloquially, but I suppose the other thing is that you need to see hundreds of cases of a particular disorder to know if something's that disorder. Does that make sense? So like, let's take autism, for example. The traits of autism can be quite common in people. They might have one or two of the many traits, but that doesn't make them autistic. But if you've assessed, hundreds of patients with that disorder, then you recognize what it's like. Whereas if you don't, and you pick up on one or two of those symptoms, you might mistakenly think that is that disorder.
That's interesting. Yeah, because I definitely wonder sometimes if people are, like they've got certain traits of psychopathy or autism or whatever. And where does Kanye West stand on all of this? Obviously, all we can do is sort of look
Speculate.
from afar. But yeah,
Yeah.
speculate. What do you think?
So I think Kanye West is a very interesting character. I've done previous videos on my YouTube channel about his bipolar. This was about a year ago, before his recent behavior. So in terms of what we do know about Kanye, we know that he's formally diagnosed bipolar around 2016, I believe, and we know that he's been hospitalized in the past for it. We also know that he has, at least at times, not taken his medication, whether he's doing it recently. So he's certainly got risk factors of somebody who's got bipolar and who might relapse if they're not taking their medication. What I think is unusual about Kanye or any kind of superstar rapper is that their lifestyle is not normal. So they can say and do things that are a bit outlandish, and that's kind of accepted. So, if Kanye's just making these statements, if he's talking about giving millions of dollars to pregnant women, for example, which he said recently, then if George from accounting said that one day at work, then people would be really worried and they would think that there's something wrong with him. Whereas somebody like Kanye West, who's out there anyway, who's renowned for being a bit controversial, I think the threshold of understanding when he's very warped. So it's quite hard to say. So I just say context. But in terms of what he's done recently, I mean, it's really hard to not look at what he's done and be a bit concerned about it. So specifically, he's been making threats. I believe his wife, well, ex-wife now, Kim Kardashian, started a new relationship with Pete Davidson, the comic, and he's made some quite nasty remarks, and he's kind of incited violence towards Pete Davidson by suggesting that his fans should physically or verbally attack him, and he's made sort of underlying threats. So the ultimate question is this: is that to do with his bipolar, or is that to do with just Kanye being Kanye, like his personality? And I can't say definitively without assessing him in person. But what I would say is that when somebody's manic, as I was saying before, it's not just about doing things that are disinhibited or impulsive. It's also about being speeded up, not sleeping, talking really quickly, having this flight of ideas, being quite difficult to follow. So if he is all those things, and if you can kind of pinpoint that, then you can say fairly confidently that, yeah, he's in a manic phase. I'm not sure whether he's all those things because I've not, seen any footage of him recently. I've seen him like that in the past. But I suppose the counter argument is that it could just him, maybe we shouldn't be excusing his behavior if he's just being, a bit of an arse, if he's being a bit creepy, and if he's just being a bit jealous and he's making his ex-partner's new boyfriend, if he's just threatening him just out of a jealous rage, then we shouldn't be calling that mental illness. So it's a really sort of sticky area, I think.
Yeah, I think it's something. Obviously, I've interviewed you before, so we've spoken about these cases and things before. And one of the biggest issues you have is to what point do we hold someone accountable for their actions, and to what point do we say, oh, it's a mental illness, so they're not accountable? And I suppose Kanye is a really interesting case, isn't he? I mean, at what point do you say, okay, maybe he's got bipolar, but some of the things he said and done are just horrible, and he's a horrible bloke? And at what point do you go, no, this is because of his condition?
Yeah. So I suppose you have to assess him at any given point, really. So if he's done something that's actually criminal, and I'm not sure that he has, because I don't think they were sort of direct threats of violence. I think they were kind of things that he's been implying. But if he was to for a death threat, then that is a criminal offence, right? He can be arrested for that. So at that point, he should be assessed. And we know he's got bipolar. That's not up for debate. But we have to know whether he's in a relapse or not. So if he's actually well, and if he's not well, then is he still in control of his actions? Because you can still be slightly high but be criminal responsible, and that you have to actually dig down and ask him his intentions and his thought processes, and not just take his word for it, but also look at all the evidence. So if hypothetically speaking, if Kanye is saying, he's not saying this by the way, but hypothetically speaking, if he's saying, look, this isn't me, I was manic, but you get witness statements or GP records or medical records that say actually he's fine, he's been taking his medication, when he last saw his family doctor he wasn't speeded up, he wasn't exhibiting any of the symptoms of bipolar or of mania, then the chances are he wouldn't be able to get a psychiatric defense. So each case has to be taken individually.
Are you a Kanye West fan?
I've got very mixed emotions about Kanye West. I liked his music earlier on. So I think his first album, College Dropout, really like Gold Digger as a tune. So I really did like his music in the past, but I've not
Jesus
really
Walks.
been feeling his. Yeah, that's a pretty good tune. Not really been feeling his most recent music. He's certainly done things that are a bit outlandish, attention grabbing, entertaining, I think is fair to say. But having said all of that, I have to say I watched that documentary Genius, I think it's called, on Netflix recently, and it made me look at him with a slightly different perspective. So I don't think I had any appreciation of how hard he had to work to be taken seriously, because A, he was a producer before he was a rapper, and B, because he's not seen as a hard rapper. So like he was on like Rockefeller, on these like gangster kind of labels, Jay-Z and Damien Dan. I think they assumed that he was soft because he wasn't so in your face and, so gangster in his attitude. But hats off to him, to his credit, he didn't try and change to fit the mold. So I guess what I'm saying is now that I've understood what he's been through and how hard he had to push and convince people, even after he got a record deal, to actually break through, I can kind of understand why he's a bit narcissistic and a bit full of himself, because, you have to have that level of self-belief to make it.
Yeah. And by all
what
accounts,
about you? Are you a fan of Kanye and his music?
Yeah, I am actually, and I don't listen to much rap. So it's literally Eminem and Kanye West, and I know that's like the purists, and it's like any music form. Like heavy metal. I don't know the first thing about it, but in fact, I was about to name someone, and I can't even name one. But at least rap, I can name two, and that's Eminem and Kanye West. It's like Disneyland, isn't it? It's like it's like saying I like football and I like David Beckham, and that's it. But Kanye, that song Jesus Walks, I think is one of the best songs ever of all time. Just phenomenal. So he obviously is a really smart guy, and by all accounts, that documentary, because I haven't watched it, because it's just hours and hours, isn't it? And I think you've got to be a big fan or somebody who is a psychiatrist and wants to know about him and his conditions and stuff to sit through that. But by all accounts, and like having read it, he comes across, as you say, like really hardworking and also less arrogant. And apparently his mother was really good for him to sort of keep him grounded, and she's no longer here. And there was a suggestion, I think, in the documentaries that if she was still around, she might have given him a few more dressing downs. Do you think?
Yeah, so his mother really stood out. So just for those who haven't seen it, that what makes it such a good documentary, it's a couple of things, is that he was literally followed around by a friend of his. I can't remember the name. If maybe somebody can remind me in the comment section what the name of the documentary maker is, but basically just followed him around for years with a camera everywhere that he went. So there's loads and loads of background footage. So it's not like talking heads. It's actually footage of him just walking around, speaking to different people in the record studio, trying to do promo. So it's just like a prolonged behind the scenes kind of episode. And the other thing that really stood out, like you say, was his mother. So his mother was ego, but she certainly cared about him and his success. And when he was feeling down, she sort of picked him up, and she was very complimentary. So I don't think intentionally, but I wonder whether she planted a bit of a seed of the narcissism that eventually kind of took over him, which, to be fair, could be partially due to his mental illness. But yeah, I think some of his behavior was around the time that his mother died. So that whole Taylor Swift thing, when he got up on stage and kind of interrupted her award, I think that was roughly the time that his mother died. So he didn't play it particularly well.
That's really interesting about how it might have developed in him, or we don't exactly know. And then what's the future for Kanye, and what is the long-term impact of anyone with bipolar?
Sure. So the thing about bipolar is it can be treated, it can be contained in the long term. Like many severe mental illnesses, it is relapsing and remitting in nature. So what that means is that people are never, well, I wouldn't say never, but are more often than not cured. They're not cured from it. So it's a lifelong chronic disorder, but you can control the relapses. And it's all about, first of all, getting the medication right. So you have mood stabilizers. So lithium, I'm sure the viewers would have heard that lithium's used as a medication. So that's a mood stabilizer. So instead of having, dips and troughs, it's supposed to keep you on a level. And then if you do have periods of going down, then you might need to change medication to antidepressants. And if you have periods of going up, then you have to increase the dose of the mood stabilizer. So it's like a balance of lots of different medications. And I think it's only fair to mention that a lot of these medications have side effects. And so it's understandable why some people possibly Kanye's been alleged to have done this, stop their medication, because you're taking something every day that does damage your body, makes you sedated, makes you put on weight, etc. So if people can maintain their medication in the long term, they can be stable. If they have really bad periods of relapse, Kanye or anybody else, they might have to go into hospital because they might not be safe. So they might need to be literally observed 24 hours a day if there's a risk of suicide, if there's a risk of violence, for example. So that's basically the future of people with this kind of disorder. They can be kept stable, but they have to accept that there might be periods of relapses. And I think one big element is knowing when you're becoming unwell, because when you feel manic, you don't necessarily know. So even though your mood is lifted, you don't recognize that it's happening to you. So the way I've got my patients in the past to get around that is to choose one person. It doesn't have to be me, it doesn't have to be a psychiatrist, but choose one person in your life who you really trust, whether it's your relative, sister, brother, partner. And you have to be 100% confident that when they're telling you that you're unwell, that you believe them, even if you don't feel unwell. And then if they say you need to increase your meds, or you need to see your doctor, or you need to go to hospital, have faith that they've got your best interests at heart.
Tell me, Shahom, we've got a few minutes left. You've got a book out tomorrow, don't you? What's going on?
Funny you should mention that. Yes, I do. Yeah. So I have a book that took me about 18 months to write, and it's coming out tomorrow. It's going to be in Amazon, in most bookstores, and also there's an Audible version that I recorded myself. So it's basically like professional memoirs of being a forensic psychiatrist. So professionally, as you know, I assess people who have committed fairly serious crimes, everything from arson to sexual assaults to violence and to occasionally murder, and who've got severe mental illness. So some of the people that I've assessed absolutely have bipolar disorder. Some have committed offences in a manic state. Some have schizophrenia. Some have personality disorders, psychopaths. So just it's kind of a mesh of lots of different offending, lots of different diagnoses and how that's caused people to offend. But it's a bit kind of autobiographical as well. So I talk about my sort of training and my journey. And it's kind of split into 3 sections. So it's about working within psychiatric hospitals for the most violent patients. And then after that, working in prison as a psychiatrist. And then what I do nowadays, which is working in courts to give like expert evidence in court.
Oh man, that is going to be a big one, and people should go and get it. We're going to do a 10-minute section. I believe Ash has just messaged me now about it later, all about you and your book, which is great. And it's coming out tomorrow, so do get it. And what's it called? Two Minds, was it?
In Two Minds, yeah.
In Two Minds. Get it now. It's going to be fascinating. 18 months of this very clever man's work has gone into that. So,
I think I've got an ability to sound cleverer than I actually am.
That's not true. Well, that is intelligence in itself, isn't it? So, no, get the book, everyone. I'm off in a minute as well. Come subscribe. You know what? I spent the last few days doing a course for YouTube. I was telling Shahom about this before, and I've spent $200 on it, and I've put hours and hours of work into it, and it's been a few days, and I have lost about 10 subscribers so far by doing the changes. So it's going terribly. If you feel sorry for me, come over to On the Edge with Andrew Gold YouTube channel and come and subscribe. Go subscribe also to Psych for Sore Minds. Psych as in psychiatrist, for sore minds, for Dr. Shahom Dass's wonderful channel. You've got something to say?
What have you got? What have you got coming up on your channel? Who have you got interviews with? Well,
Katie Herzog is on in a few. Well, it was going to be tomorrow, but I'm going to see about that. And then I've just had one about statues and whether they should be taken down. There's a historian called Dr. Peter Hughes, who writes about. He wrote this fantastic book about why we should keep statues up. That's his opinion. Not everyone agrees with it, of course. And then recent ones, Amanda Knox, David Baddiel, some big hitters. So come and check it out. Got to grow this thing to get as big as Sean's, to get as big as yours, Shahom. What is it, 13,000 you're up to now?
Almost, yeah, just on the border of that, yeah.
Oh, here's the man with his 700,000 just popping in.
I'll take over from here.
Hang on, I've got to say, you are bloody loud. I'm turning you right down.
Oh,
right, say something,
Andrew,
Sean.
That was fantastic with John Sweeney. Bloody hell, honestly, you, mind blowing. I was watching the chat and everyone was like, "Wow."
Oh, thanks, mate. Well, I didn't really know because he obviously was, as he said, in the one place where you could really understand it, it's when he's in the middle of Kiev right now, or Kiev. You know, he can have a drink, can't he?
Of course, you got. Oh, I mean, what was the Russians? 15 miles away or something?
He said Putin's 15 miles from him.
I'd be having more than drinks. I mean, beta blockers, nothing illegal.
Yeah. I'd be on the first flight out of there, quite frankly.
Oh, and thanks, Dr. Das, for coming on. Brilliant as always.
Always a
I
pleasure,
urge
Sean.
people to go and subscribe to A Psych for Sore Minds.
Yep. And on the edge of Andrew Gold. Right, I'll see you in a bit, guys.
Cheers.
Cheers, Andrew. See ya.
Yeah. Are you staying on with me, Dr. Das, for Isaac, or are you going?
I think I'm going and coming back at 8:40.
All right. I'll bounce you off then. And cheers. Thank you.
Cheers. See you, Sean.
See ya. All right. We had Isaac Weishaupt on recently, and we had so many things to talk about. And the whole chat was just full of questions. So he's back. He's back because we didn't even scratch the bloody surface last time. So, Isaac is going to be talking about symbolism, occult connections to aliens, alchemy and the great work, the purpose of disclosure, creating the NWO. Without any further ado, let's bring Isaac back in. Here he is. Hey, Isaac, thanks for coming back on so soon. Really appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, definitely. The pleasure's all mine. Thanks for having me back on.
It was just an avalanche of questions last time, and it just
Was
flew.
it? Okay. All right. I'm
Yeah.
here to try my best to answer them. We'll see if I can.
Thank you. For people who are not familiar with your brilliant work, can you just give them a little summary of what you do and what you're about?
Yeah, definitely. So I've been truthing since 2011, so going on 11 years now. I started a blog, IlluminatiWatcher.com, back when blogs were a thing that people visited. And then, over the years, it progressed to a YouTube channel and a podcast in 2014. Then writing several books. I've written 9 books, all on Amazon and Audible. And over the years, I've been subjected to a horrific amount of censorship, which is bizarre. When you know my work, you know that I am I'm not a good truther. I always say, and I mean that, because I'm a very rational, skeptical person. I did not get into this for it to become a successful podcast or book selling career or anything like that. I've got a master's degree in systems engineering. That was my path. Science was my path. And this was always a side interest. So in a lot of ways, I'm probably the most rational voice. Not the most. I'm a very rational voice in the conspiracy world. And the fact that they've censored me so hard, and I've been kicked off of YouTube, I've been kicked off of Vimeo, Google shadow banned me, and the list goes on and on. I've been sued. I mean, it goes on and on. You wouldn't believe it. So to me, the fact that all these things happen to my research, that supports me, and it drives me further to be like, okay, something's going on. When the guy who's trying to be the rational, sane voice and pointing out actual research and references and citations is getting banned, that tells me maybe I'm onto something. Maybe there's some truth to this idea of a Illuminati, secret society running the world.
Yes, and just to give a quick disclaimer then, this is an educational interview based on Isaac's historical research.
Yeah, we'll try to keep it very safe for YouTube. I'll do my best to use the proper words and such.
So let's safely dive into the occult connections to aliens from John Dee to Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, definitely. And there's nothing safe about any of this, let me tell you, buddy.
Oh, God.
No, I'm just kidding. So like I always say, I'm not an expert on any one subject. I'm more of a breadth than depth kind of guy. But when it comes to the alien topic, I dedicated a couple years of research. Well, it was actually several years, because I wrote a book called The Dark Path that was a very comprehensive take on where I was in my understanding of how the occult sciences influence our reality, and secret societies and groups that practice these things, ritual magic and so on. So I decided to write a book about the alien phenomenon, and that was in 2017. I started researching for it, and then in 2020, you know, all the things that happened. One of which was, I believe, in March was when the government disclosure happened, and I said, "Oh boy, I better hustle this along." So I accelerated the research, and when it comes to aliens, clearly not a new phenomenon. These things have been going on arguably as old as human history. You could point to a lot of ideas presented by Ancient Aliens, which is a show that I've poked a lot of holes in, and you know, I don't take everything they say as fact. There's a lot of misleading information, I believe, on that show, but I love it. It's a great show. But there are some things that are very, you know, questionable about our accepted view of human history. But to me, what I think the cutting edge of the alien phenomenon story, and what I wanted to contribute in my books, it's called Aliens, UFOs, and the Occult, Use Illusion 1 and 2. And the reason I call it that is because I think there's a mental component here. And I can't help but see the chat on the side. My last name is Weishaupt. It's a pseudonym, not a real name. A very poorly chosen pseudonym because the founder of the Bavarian Illuminati is Adam Weishaupt. Anyways, not my real name. Stupid pseudonym. It's too late now. Okay. So the idea I wanted to contribute was, when you look at some of the cutting edge technologies of quantum physics and our understanding of reality, and you fuse that with the occult sciences, you find out that a lot of these ideas that have been talked about, practiced, written about for hundreds of years, going back to, you know, John Dee, for example. He's one figure, you know, 15th century advisor to Queen Elizabeth, is practicing all these occult ideas. They were using these methods of ritual magic and alchemy and these occult sciences to make contact with entities. John Dee famously wrote the Enochian language, which was supposedly the language given to Adam in the Garden of Eden for him to talk to the gods. And, you know, and there's different flavors and takes on all of this, first off. So don't take everything I say fully as the whole truth and nothing but the truth. But John Dee wrote the Enochian tablets. It's a grid of symbols and sigils and words you can use to make contact and facilitate a communication with angelic beings, which is, I argue, aliens, right? Interdimensional entities. And the occultists over the years, they've shared these concepts. And you fast forward to a guy named Aleister Crowley, who a lot of people are familiar with the guy. He's a very seedy character, doesn't have a good track record of what I'm trying to be careful with what I say, but a lot of people claim that he did a lot of bad things, right? Now, he was reading through all this occult literature and trying to understand how all of these practices could be used for his advantage. He took a little bit of this and a little bit of that and put it in a blender and was like, look, whatever works is the truth. So he took some of the ideas of John Dee's Enochian language. He took some ideas from the book of Abramelin, these different magical books and incantations, and he basically did whatever it took to do whatever he could. And he made contact with various entities over the years. And then you look at some of the projects, like Project Stargate with the CIA. I don't know if you're familiar with that. You look at MK
expand.
Ultra. Oh, okay.
I'm familiar with MK Ultra, but not Stargate.
Yeah, so if you look at The Men Who Stare at Goats, that movie, right? They were talking about the powers of the mind, and it's presented in a comedic fashion, that movie, but it's based on some real events. That they thought the CIA was doing a lot of these weird psychological experiments, and you can find a lot of these on I forget the website. It's like a FOIA.gov website where they released a lot of these CIA documents that had previously been hidden from the public. But they were doing a lot of mental psychological experiments, which included remote viewing. I read this one document that there was a guy who was remote viewing to like 2 million years ago to a specific place on Mars, and he was talking about these, and while he's in this sort of trance state or remote viewing state, he could see pyramids and massive tall beings. I mean, it's creepy, it's scary stuff. But the Project Stargate, it looked at all these things, and it has all these. There's a lot of rabbit holes when you talk about these subjects, right? And one idea, like I brought up MK Ultra, which was like a lot of similar experimentation. Stanford Research, SRI, they were used for this Stargate project, which had all these key figures that just so happened to be part of the alien disclosure phenomenon of the last couple of years. We're talking about Ingo Swann, we're talking about Hal Puthoff, Russell Targ, Uri Geller. They were all sort of part of these experiments to study the paranormal. And Hal Puthoff, he's like a key figure. He's been on Ancient Aliens, and he's a founder of To the Stars Academy, which again, many rabbit holes here. To the Stars Academy is Tom DeLonge. He's a guy from the Blink-182 band, right? Also a Freemason, which I know you've got some free Masonic stuff on your show here, so I thought I'd throw that in there. But he started To the Stars Academy with the idea of using a multimedia project to basically convince the masses that aliens exist, which is what I'm trying to point out with all my work through the Use Your Illusion books and through all my podcast episodes where I talk about pop culture shows on Netflix like Archive 81. They're showing us things that are real through a fictionalized experience. And that's exactly what To the Stars Academy was doing. They had a plan where they were going to write several books, fiction and nonfiction, several films, fiction and nonfiction, because they wanted to approach the subject. And you have to sort of seed these ideas to the masses. And that's where, the symbolism comes in. But, Hal Puthoff was part of this organization too. And to me, it's just very curious that there's always like a couple of degrees of separation between intelligence, the occult, channeling aliens, and various entities and stuff. But in my books, we go through a lot of these rabbit holes of all these characters that are bringing us the new alien phenomenon, which I argue is actually an old phenomenon. They're just doing a revelation of the method to reveal to the public, like, oh, by the way, we do all these occult things and channel aliens. You got to get us to accept it at some point.
So you mentioned John Dee then earlier as being a key figure in all this. What led him to this path? Was it his study of the ancient religions?
Yeah, so he was into a lot of the early occultists. They were into alchemy, right, and astrology. And what drove them towards this was back then there was the church had all the influence. They had all the power. They were the ones that decided what was the quote unquote truth and what wasn't, right? And the scientists of the day were sort of shunned, right? They were kind of dabbling around with things that they shouldn't have because the truth came from the church, not science. But the scientists, they all, and rightfully so, they all believed that there were elements of our real world of reality that couldn't be explained through religion. So the early alchemists were trying to find this sort of a spiritualized science, where science is to us nowadays is kind of an atheist sort of idea. But the early John Dee types, Isaac Newton, these guys were alchemists, and they were trying to sort of find this perfect solution, I would argue, of spiritualized science and man's place in the universe and observing the laws of the universe so that man could come to what they believed to be the real truth through reason. And to defend the scientists, because like I said, I studied science for several years, the universe does speak to us through mathematics. And if you, I did a minor in math, so I took like math courses that would make your head spin. It was like calculus 1, 2, and 3, and linears, and differentials, and number theory. Like, I mean, I was out there in like la la land with math sometimes. I was like, it's like hallucinating sometimes when you're looking at this stuff. And when you get to a point where you understand what they were writing down, there is beauty in these equations. We would study these functional equations, and once you figured out how they derived them and how they all fit together, it was like, man, like, you believe in God. You're like, dude, this is wild how this stuff really has an effect on nature and reality. So the scientists, the early scientists and the alchemists, they were kind of proving God existed in a way through their studies. Now today, we've sort of, I would argue, lost our way, and a lot of people think science means there's no room for God, which I disagree very much so. I'm all for spirituality, and like I always say, the occult it just means hidden. It doesn't necessarily mean bad, but some of these occultists, I would argue, are very dangerous. Some of these ideas are very dangerous, which is kind of my warning with the aliens, right? I've always been intrigued by aliens. I want to know just as much as the next person if they exist, what are they, where are they from, how do we manifest them? But I would argue that we need to be very careful, because I'm more in the camp of aliens are multidimensional, that they could be angelic or demonic, but man doesn't have the discernment to know the difference. And the practices, I believe, that these people could be using are very occult in nature. And I'll point to one example of such. There's a researcher named Peter Levenda that I respect very much so. This guy, I'm always bragging him up because I'm hoping he does my show someday. I can't get a hold of the guy to get him to do my show. He knows, because I read several of his books. He knows everything about these occult sciences. The guy is like the most knowledgeable person I could even know of. And Tom DeLonge, the guy from Blink-182, started this To the Stars Academy venture where he was like, I'm going to write several books and have several movies, and we're going to basically, prove to the public that aliens exist, right? And who does he choose to write this book with him but Peter Levenda? There's 3 books, right? And Peter Levenda wrote it, and I read it, the first one, and because I knew Peter Levenda's work, I'm reading it, I'm like, dude, this is entirely Peter Levenda's writing. And a lot of the occult ideas are buried within the books, and you wouldn't know it if you didn't know what you were looking at, right? There's a lot of ideas that I think they're subtly trying to float into the masses. They're not going to do this in like 2 years. I mean, we're talking, this is like a 10-year timeline of slowly seeing how the public reacts to the idea that they could channel ascended masters, they would call it, or higher intelligence, because that's what Aleister Crowley and all these guys were always talking about, is that mankind needs these aliens to come and save us, to give us the knowledge, to give us the intelligence, all that stuff. And my argument is we need to be more careful than that. We're dabbling around with something that we don't really understand.
So one of the questions that's come in is, what or who did Crowley actually communicate with?
So he told us, the name, it's I think it's pronounced Aiwass, Aiwass, right? And he told us that this was his holy guardian angel, right? He said that, we're talking about like back in 1904, him and his wife, I think it was Rose Kelly at the time. He had several wives who all went crazy, by the way, because he's a nut job. I think he drove them all to like be hooked on drugs and go to insane asylums, and he beat them up. I mean, he's not a good dude. Aleister Crowley's not a good guy. And they were in Egypt. Rose Kelly, I think, his wife, the Scarlet Woman, he called them, was like, hey, they're calling you. They're calling you. We need to go to the museum. So they went to the museum, and he goes to exhibit number 666. And she was like, this is the spirit calling. And it was an exhibit for Horus. And what happened was, over the course of, I believe, like the next 3 nights, he had a disembodied voice talking to him, which you hear a lot of musical artists talk about this too, by the way. This isn't unique to Aleister Crowley. But Aleister Crowley scribed the Book of the Law, which is his sort of Bible of his religion of Thelema, which Thelema is arguably the New Age we're living in. He said, look, Thelema is going to be the foundational book for the New Age that I'm going to usher in because this AWAS spirit told me the truths about everything. And I wrote it all in this book. And he called it the Aeon of Horus, the New Age of mankind. And this was the age where, the term do what thou wilt comes from. But do what thou wilt is actually an old term. And this is, again, the recurring theme over and over and over. This isn't anything new. This is old. The religion of the future is the religion of the past. And what Crowley used, when like do what thou wilt came from Francis Rabelais, wrote this book forever ago, hundreds of years ago, that was about the Abbey of Thelema, which was a fictional tale. But in the Abbey of Thelema, anything went. It was like pure debauchery, and it's all this sort of wild stuff. You could fill in the blanks yourself. That's where he got that from. But anyhow, this spirit of AWA, to answer the question a little more, sorry, I'm starting to ramble.
No, keep going. It's fascinating.
This AWA spirit basically dictated, and this is very similar to, not to knock on my Mormon friends, I love my Mormon friends, but the Joseph Smith did a similar thing. He channeled a spirit of was it Moroni, I think, and he dictate, and he didn't. It wasn't quite the same. He didn't dictate to him what to write, but Moroni, this disembodied spirit, said, "Hey, there's these tablets of wisdom over here, and you can transcribe the wisdom," and it became the Book of Mormon, which is the sort of foundational document for the LDS. Well, Crowley did the same thing, channeled AWAS to give him the language for the New Age, and the New Age, the emphasis will be on it'll be self-centered. It's on the will of the practitioner. Do what thou wilt. And he says specifically, it's not, the New Age is not going to be based upon gods and priests and doing what the religious tell you. It's about doing what you want to do. And that's a very YOLO idea, which is a very, obviously that's what we're experiencing right now. A lot of narcissistic personalities in our world. That's just the way it is. Obsessed over individual instead of the social collective. But he said that AWAS was Lucifer. He said that in, I wish I could give you a citation of the book, but in one of the books, he talks about it. I'm going through my notes here. He talked about how AWAS was in fact Lucifer, and then Kenneth Grant. I know we might be getting deep in the weeds here. I'll be quick. Kenneth Grant.
Deep in
Okay, all right.
Don't rush. Keep going. We'll bring you back.
Okay, so a lot of people admired Aleister Crowley. One such guy was a guy named Kenneth Grant, and he started what's called the Typhonian Ordo Templi Orientis, which was another magical order. Crowley ran the Ordo Templi Orientis, the OTO, a magical order, and one of his acolytes, Kenneth Grant, was like, "Hey, I'm going to start a different kind of OTO, and this one's going to be all about channeling disembodied entities, Typhon specifically, the god Typhon." But Kenneth Grant was like, "Hey, I made contact with AWAS too, and he's from the Sirius star system, and Sirius is, again, massive rabbit hole topic. Sirius is the blazing star of Freemasonry. That's very clearly written in the Freemason documents. I don't think that's any kind of conspiracy. They talk about how the blazing star is the hidden sun, the sun behind the sun. They use this weird language, right? Because here's the thing. They use all this weird coded language because they can't come out and say, like, hey, we worship Lucifer. You know what I mean? Like, they can't do that. Like, that'll be shot down quick. So they're trying to, like, sort of, what do you call it? Like the frog in the boiling water kind of thing with us. But anyways, Kenneth Grant says AWAS came from Sirius, and this is the source of thelemic current, and this will unlock all the mysteries, and once the mysteries of Typhon are unlocked, it will release all the entities from these other dimensions, very much like H.P. Lovecraft. Because you'll find when you research this, in fact, Peter Levenda wrote a book called The Dark Lord, and it was all about Kenneth Grant and H.P. Lovecraft and this idea that these occultists have of unleashing entities into our universe. And you can go wild with this conspiratorial thinking when you look at you know, like the Swiss Goddard tunnel ritual where they were doing a bunch of weird stuff with you know, fallen angels, and you're like, whoa, they're just opening a tunnel. Why is it all this satanic stuff? And then you got CERN doing all this weird stuff with the portals. You know, and it just goes in a million directions. But to answer the question, AWAS was Lucifer.
All right, so we had a question from Gaming about the alien invasion potentially being used by the government to restrict or get more control over the masses. What are your thoughts on that?
You know, I get the line of thought there. I mean, it's possible, right? Anything's possible like that. When you get a threat, like I understand do I believe that's a thing? I mean, I think it's possible, right? I think that anytime you're presented with a scary threat, you are apt to exchange your freedoms for security. Case in point, the Patriot Act was a response to 9/11. You know, there was a lot of fear in America about, hey, you know, maybe there's all these, you know, scary groups. Being careful with my words. All these scary groups. We need to sort of have some kind of person looking through emails and stuff and making sure the scary groups aren't communicating and planning other things. So, like, I get it, right? I stand in both worlds with this kind of stuff, where it's like, on some level, I'm like, yeah, I kind of hope someone's watching out for the scary groups, but then I also get how it's also like, yeah, but you're trading your freedom for supposed security, and how much security are you really getting? So I don't have a good answer as to what I think to do about that. Do I think it's possible? 100%. Yeah.
So I was watching a show on aliens the other day in preparation for speaking to you again, and it brought up the concept of technological lockstep, which I wasn't familiar with. So basically, they have to be so far advanced in technology than us to get to us first, or vice versa. Do you have thoughts on technological lockstep?
Oh, that's interesting. I've never heard it phrased like that. So like if you look at 5G, right? 5G is an interesting technological breakthrough. A lot of people don't understand that this. Okay, so we rewind a little bit. Ray Kurzweil, he's a futurist, director of engineering at Google, really smart guy. Also part of the transhuman agenda. And what he talked about many years ago was Moore's law, and the idea that every 2 years the number of transistors that fit on a chip double, and when you graph that out, it's an exponential curve of technology increasing. Mankind isn't prepared for that. Mankind thinks linearly. We don't think about how things can change exponentially, which is a very steep curve. That's a fancy way of saying a very steep curve. So technology going from, for example, from the year 2000 to 2010, it changes, you know, X amount. Well, going from 2010 to 2020, it doesn't change X amount again. It changes X plus some amount. Then from 2020 to 2030, it's going to be X plus some amount plus a lot more amount, right? And 5G is supposed to be another one of these exponential jumps, kind of like when we jumped from barely being able to text on a phone to all of a sudden you've got apps and you're streaming music. It's going to be more than that. The jump is going to be more than that. It's called the Internet of Things, they call it. And I've read enough about it to know that different countries look at this as a sort of tactical advantage over one another. And there's a race to see who can sort of get this Internet of Things out there. And I don't know if it's going to be defense related or not. I couldn't tell you. It's like the new space race, they call it. And that's, well, I don't want to get you in trouble. We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. So are we hypothetically in such a technological race against aliens then?
Against the aliens? So like if you believe in the aliens are interstellar, then those interstellar aliens have evolved many, many years ahead of us. It's too late, right? There's no catching up if that's the case. I myself I'm not saying it's impossible. There's extraterrestrial aliens, but I don't believe it necessarily, not yet. I do believe in interdimensional aliens, which angels, demons, I believe in all that. I think it's very much real. I think it's very much possible. And I think that given the amount of studies occult literature that I've read, clearly they've been looking into this and trying to perfect it. The question is, what are they trying to do? Why are they trying to do it? And ultimately, the only thing I can come up with is they're trying to instill a new global religion and a new global Luciferian head of, the New World Order, basically.
Because this show proposed that if they're so sophisticated to get to us first, they have the technology to subjugate us. So it would be a threatening thing, a threatening visit. Do you think that's a possible scenario?
Yeah, I think totally. But I do think if there's another civilization extraterrestrially that has evolved further than us, I think that they would have evolved into digital streams of consciousness already. I think they would have abandoned the physical limitations of the human body, which is what our world is trying to do right now with transhumanism. It's trying to get rid of the, because you've got the second law of thermodynamics of entropy. Like, everything deteriorates and degrades over time. The human body is just a physical thing that will degrade over time. So they're trying to, and again, this is an occult idea, this idea of becoming immortal, the philosopher's stone, all this kind of idea is something that the occultists want. It's something that the technocrats want. These Bill Gates, Ray Kurzweil, all these guys are obsessing over how do we live immortally. And Zuckerberg's like, oh, I got it. We'll put you in the metaverse. We'll strap in you into the VR goggles and you can live digitally on the metaverse. So I would argue that aliens, if they're further evolved and out there, they've already done that. They're not going to show up in a spaceship and walk around and say hi. But now, again, I'm no expert on all this. I've actually consumed a lot of Roswell content recently, and sure seems like they found some bodies out there from what I've read and seen. So I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Obviously, I've never seen an alien.
We've had a couple of questions come in about crop circles, which we've never discussed before on this channel. So Lottie Martin, I love corn circle patterns. Are they aliens? Super cool energies in corn circles. And then Anexus has asked, what does Isaac think the crop circle makers are telling us through their formations, discounting potentially man-made circles?
Right. And I, for a while there, I bought into the idea that they were all man-made circles, but I don't know that I believe that anymore. I do think that there could very well be some truth in crop circles. You'll notice that they look very much like sigils. If you dig through grimoires and occult books of magic spells and that kind of thing, you'll notice it's a very similar look with these sigils and these characters. I don't know specifically what they're telling us, why they would do it. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me why they would do it, but that's what it looks like to me, is sigils.
Okay, so we have got the power of symbolism. How would you define symbolism?
So symbolism, Carl Jung said that symbolisms are what define man, and they think that, and it plays a big role when we're talking about aliens, because power and energy, we're talking about something that's not necessarily tangible, not necessarily concrete, and you can manifest or charge up energy through symbols, like the magnetic chain. Eliphas Levi talked about the magnetic chain and how a symbol can carry on a force in itself. But this is all like ritual magic idea, and it's all about focusing energy to do whatever the magician wants, because they believe. And again, this goes back to alchemy. This goes back to Hermes Trismegistus, who was this pagan god to the ancient Egyptians, who came down and taught man these original. This is how the mythology goes. They believe that this Hermes guy came down and taught man how to use alchemical arts to perfect whatever ritual magic, create their own world. And one of these ideas that fell out from Hermes and the Emerald Tablets was as above, so below. It's a very common phrase, the law of correspondence. And the magicians subscribe to this, and they believe that through the power of thinking, through the power of focusing energy, through various kinds of magic, you can channel this energy into the cosmos. And again, this ties into the astrology stuff. Like we talked about, John Dee was an astrologer. They think that putting this energy out into the cosmos, that the world will literally rearrange itself and then reflect back down on earth. So what that means is man can become God. Man can create change on his own. And that's a fundamental difference between the Abrahamic religions, right? Like Christianity and such, because in Christianity, you pray to God asking for something and, it's God's will, whatever happens. Whereas the magicians, they are more of a take charge group, and they're like, no, we're going to make this happen, and symbols are used for all of this. And there's a long, rich history of symbolism being talked about by all these occultists. But yeah, it's...
So Carl Jung wrote about universal symbols and symbols that we inherently understood or dreamed about before actually having any human contact with them. Do you believe in that? And how would you explain that we just instinctively can interpret these symbols?
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating. They talk about the, like with archetypes and the hero's journey and that kind of idea, that they're tapping into this reservoir of eternal truths that have been around forever and will be around forever. And this goes back to Plato, right? And Plato talked about the archaic remnants. A guy named Paracelsus, again, another alchemist. He talked about the unus mundus is how they describe it. But the idea is that there is this, and I think Helena Blavatsky was talking about this kind of thing too, with the term escapes me, but it's this idea of tapping into some kind of hidden truth, which again, the occult means hidden. So I do think there's something to that. I think that symbolism of the sun, that's one such symbol that is used for hundreds and hundreds of years and to this day, and it symbolizes life. And there's something to be said for that. There's something to be said for how we experience the four seasons, right? It's spring is people go through like a seasonal depression in the wintertime because it's symbolically the winter is death, and spring is like life anew, and there's a new energy that comes with that. So I personally feel a lot of those things. So I think there's something to that. I do believe that. I think that there's some higher purpose for all these things that we feel. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know that science is ever going to answer that. I don't look to science. I always say science is a method. Science is a tool. It's not a religion. It's not a way of life, because science is very corruptible sometimes.
Well, Isaac, yet again, we've only touched on 2 of the talking points, of which we had many. We've gone 10 minutes over. So would love to get you back, brother, if you're up for it. And huge thank you to the viewers for all the questions. Thank you for your time, Isaac. Please tell the viewers where they can find you and support you.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for having me back on. I appreciate it. I'm all over the place. I got a podcast. I've got a Patreon. I've got a website. I've got a million books out on Amazon and Audible. But you can go to allmylinks.com/Isaac W, 2 A's and Isaac. And you'll find the links to absolutely everything that I do right there.
Oh, thanks, Isaac. Wishing you all the best. Have a great rest of your day. Cheers.
Cheers. You too.
Take care. Thank you. What a phenomenal guest. Always gets a superb reception. The links are being put in the chat right now by Ash for Isaac, and they will also be in the description box below the video. And next, we are going to bring in Julian Assange's brother. Stay tuned for that. And we've got Andrew and Dr. Das are going to take over, and I will be back soon. So, handing it over to you guys. Cheers. Thank you.
Whoop, whoop. Thanks, mate.
Yeah.
Cheers, Sean.
Have some dinner.
Have some dinner? Am I looking skinny?
He's gone.
He's.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Gabriel, is it Gabriel or Gabriel?
Gabriel.
Gabriel. Okay. How are you doing tonight?
Good, mate. How are you?
I am good, thank you. Tell us a little bit about your background then, and you are Julian's brother.
Yeah, so I'm Julian Assange's brother. My background, I'm a filmmaker, so I wasn't really involved with WikiLeaks or any of Julian's work previously. I've been advocating for Julian for about 3 years now, since he was locked in Belmarsh prison, and that's when I sort of, one day, I think it was 2019, August in 2019, I went to the prison and visited Julian there. And yeah, that's sort of what I saw him that day, and I left the prison that day thinking that I would never see him again. He was in that bad a shape. He was on suicide watch in the health wing at Belmarsh Maximum Security Prison, and that's when I said, I have to sort of stop what I'm doing and try and do what I can to advocate for Julian and join the mass of people around the world that are trying to get him out of prison.
And so, hi, Gabriel. I'm Shahom Das. I'm a psychiatrist.
Hey.
Obviously, we would really like to know about how your brother's doing now. But before we get to that, would it be okay to just step back a bit? I'm really intrigued to know a bit about when he was doing everything with WikiLeaks. Did you know what was going on? And did you have like concerns or worries? Did you have conversations with him about that kind of thing at the time?
Yeah, sure. I mean, back in the day, like back in 2006 or whatever, when he first started WikiLeaks, it was sort of, at that point for me, it was like a curiosity. They had some Scientology things on there. They had, different sort of leaks, but nothing that was really would put him under the, draw the ire of like the most powerful state on the planet.
Yeah.
And it was sort of, I think it was around 2008 when they published a Kenyan report on corruption that led to the changing of the government in Kenya, and that's when things started really to, that's when we could see, people that Julian was working with were being, extrajudicial killings and things like that. But that was in Kenya, where we sort of that wasn't the West, as we perceive it. So. Yeah, it was at that point that we knew that this was really, that WikiLeaks was something that people in power really feared. They really feared it enough to, murder people and do things like that. So, I guess after 2010, after they released the Iraq war logs, the cable sets, the Afghan war diaries, basically all Chelsea Manning's leaks, after they were all published, was when the most powerful state on the planet started to come after Julian. Basically, almost instantly, after they published those in 2010, I think, a few months later, that's when the international a red notice was put out, Interpol red notice was put out, international arrest warrant over the Swedish allegations. So it was very, very, in quick succession, like after they published, then this sort of persecution started. And since that day, like 10 or 11 years ago now, that Julian's been, he's had no freedom, in one way or another, if it's house arrest, jail, 7 years in the Ecuadorian embassy, now coming up on 3 years in maximum security Belmarsh prison.
So you must have seen his mental state change and it relapse over time. So do you mind talking us through what that was like as his brother to actually witness that?
Yeah, I guess, visiting him over the years, in fact, there was when he was under house arrest, it was a lot different. He had his team with him. They were all working together. It was quite a, even though he had the ankle bracelet on and all that sort of stuff, it was quite a, good atmosphere there. Everyone was there for the right reasons, all working together. Then, in the embassy, at the beginning, it was okay. He was stuck in this small space, but he was safe. He was safe there. But after 2017, when WikiLeaks released Vault 7, the CIA, they published a lot of information on CIA hacking tools. And that's when things started to deteriorate in the embassy, in the Ecuadorian embassy, and his protectors basically became his persecutors. in the embassy, and that's when really started to notice, that's when we really started to notice things taking its toll on Julian. Previously, all the smears and all the mobbing in the media and all that sort of stuff does have an effect, but this sort of ever-present danger. That's when I sort of really started to notice that was sort of bearing down on him. Around that time, 2017 and afterwards, and then getting progressively worse as he went into the prison.
And what about recently, last few months? How's he been, as far as you know?
Well, he had in October last year, he had a stroke. We were watching him during the High Court proceedings. At the time, we didn't know, but he just looked shocking on the video link. His head was in his hands. He was, he looked like he'd aged like 5 years since the last time I saw him. But and shortly after that, we found out that he, was suffering a stroke. So, he's not, he's not getting better in that prison. It's not getting better. He has good days and bad days, but things aren't getting better for Julian at the moment.
How is it, in your family and stuff at the moment, phone calls and things like that? How often does Julian come up? I mean, because obviously he's been away for so long now. Is it just a constant shadow over the family?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's pulled our family apart. A lot of us are working on this full time now. So, we've devoted our lives to it as well, in a way, to getting Julian out of prison. So it really has taken over, our family's life. Stella as well. Julian's fiance. Luckily, he gets to see his children. They go out to visit at the prison. Every once a week or once a fortnight. He does get some phone calls to Stella, so he can call Stella on the phone. And I think without things like that, he wouldn't. It'd be very, very, very difficult for him to survive this.
Yeah, I've always been curious about how other prisoners view him and how they treat him, because as you'll probably know, there tends to be quite a hierarchy within prison, and especially people who are quite high profile, like your brother is. Some people might sort of respect them and look out for them, whereas other people might try and get themselves a reputation by getting involved or even being aggressive or targeting people that are kind of celebrities. So I wouldn't be able to guess or estimate how people would treat Julian, because he's such an unusual kind of. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I think one interesting thing that happened in the prison was, when Julian first arrived there, he was in incredibly harsh conditions. 23 hours a day in his cell. He was taken to the health wing, where there's that's like, they call it the hell wing at Belmarsh, because it's full of people who are basically dying or so insane that they can't be with the prison population. So he was taken there, and he was being kept in his cell 23 hours a day, and it was only due, or partly due to public pressure, but also due to pressure from within the prison. So there was a lot of pressure from the inmates. The inmates did 3 petitions to get Julian out of this this solitary confinement thing and back into sort of the general population. So the prisoners are all behind Julian. They everyone in there is behind him and realizes that he's a prisoner of conscience. He's been persecuted for doing revealing the truth, and everyone in the prison knows that. So he is very well respected within the prison population.
And do you think that the prison staff are kind of connected to any of the conspiracy? So I suppose what I'm asking is, do you think that they're treating him fairly, or treating him the same as they would treat any high-profile prisoner, or do you think that they're going out of their way to make things more uncomfortable for him?
I don't, I can't really comment too much on that.
Sure.
I think, they're prison guards. They've got a pretty tough job as it is, right? Like, I don't, I can't really comment on whether they're part of some conspiracy or not. I mean, it is Belmarsh is where they keep, all suspected terrorists and things like that. So it is a highly scrutinized prison in that sense. From the security services, there's a lot of monitoring because that's where they put all the security services put their prisoners, right, in Belmarsh, so that they can be monitored and things like that. So from that aspect, it is you expect to be monitored by the security services if you're in that prison.
Okay.
What could you give us an insight into Julian's personality to an extent? Because unfortunately, due to the situation, all we see, of course, are sort of haggard-looking pictures and stoic and sad because he's in prison, of course. And this has been a long time now. And what was he like? What was growing up with Julian like?
Well, I sort of I didn't really grow up with Julian. I connected with him when I was in my late teens. There's about a 10-year age difference between us. But yeah, when he's always been my older brother, right? Like I've always looked up to him, and always been in awe of everything that he's worked on and achieved, in his life. If it's going back to rubber hose cryptography or his other projects, Surf Raw, like back when he was a coder and a programmer. Developing other tools all the way through to WikiLeaks and things like that. I've always sort of looked up to him, and that's why this situation's so strange for me, because I'm trying to get my sort of older brother out of prison. It's a sort of weird scenario when usually he's the one giving me advice, or I'm coming to him with my problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, he was. He has this like goofy sense of humor. He's very principled, obviously, very principled person. Has a keen understanding of what the risks are when you're standing up for your principles, and what is at stake. A very huge perspective. It's not. He thinks on in a way that a global sense. He thinks about justice for everyone, and fighting injustice on a global level, which I haven't really found in many people around the place. That sort of way to think about things that for all mankind, not just for our own self-interest.
Yeah. And you mentioned a bit about his personality and his sense of humor. I'm interested to know, do you think this experience has broken him? So what I mean by that is, do you think he's lost some of his sense of humor or his personality, or do you think he's quite pessimistic about the future now compared to when this all started? What do you get a sense of how he's changed, if at all, as a person?
Yeah, I think I can definitely see the effects of this persecution on him and his personality. He hasn't. I wouldn't say he's lost his sense of humor, but there's definitely less time to laugh now than there was. Seeing him in the prison, it's it's heartbreaking. Like I can't really describe to you any better. It's really heartbreaking to see.
Sure.
This gentle genius that is sort of given so much to our culture and society, and for that gift he's been locked in a cell. So it's really, really heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What is the current situation with regards to Julian's possible extradition to the US?
December 10, the High Court ordered the extradition of Julian, and so Julian's appealed that to the Supreme Court, and we should hear if the application to appeal to the Supreme Court was successful. We should hear about that this week, and then hopefully we can fight it in the Supreme Court there's one point of law. It's sort of funny, like, it goes through this court system. It's been going on for 3 years, and we're not even at the end of it. But the whole time Julian's in prison, and sort of what this justice system allows is for a segment of the population to switch off. They think, oh well, he's in the courts, he will get justice. Because that people believe in the court system, and they believe that the court system will deliver justice. But really, it's just another arm of the state, and the court system in this instance is being used to keep Julian in prison. It's been used to sort of keep him in a maximum security prison and punish him, basically. And that's what the court system has been used in this instance. So there's sort of this this veil, this sort of veil of legality that is put over this persecution, and it's a nonsense, really. I mean, it's another sort of piece of corruption in Julian's persecution. I always talk about this, like, WikiLeaks has all its revelations, but the persecution of Julian is actually another revelation. It's exposed corruption at the Swedish prosecutor level. It's exposed corruption in the Crown prosecuting services. It's exposed corruption in the CIA murder plots and kidnapping plots to take Julian from the Ecuadorian embassy. And then it'll expose corruption in the DOJ over in the US, and then also expose the corruption or the corrupt practices of the the chief justices in the UK. So at every stage there is the sort of the manipulation of these sort of great pillars of society in order to persecute Julian, and that to me is like another sort of revelation of this process.
And how confident do you feel that this corruption will be exposed and not just covered up further in the future?
Well, I mean, it is being exposed, and Niels Melzer, the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, has just put out a book called I think it's called The Prosecution of Julian Assange, and so he's gone through and mapped out at every level, all these points of corruption in this book. So it's a great book. You should check it out. And it sort of deals with everything up until now, basically. So it's just come out in English in February. All these pieces of corruption that have led to Julian's persecution. So it is in the public record, and obviously it's not covered in a lot of the media, but I think time it will be eventually. We'll look back on this, and it'll be compared to like the Dreyfus affair or these different things that have happened throughout history, it will. I think we'll look back on it and see what was wrong with our systems.
Okay, and you mentioned the media. Have you made resistive?
Sorry, I lost you for a second there. Do you want to do that question again?
Apologies, Gabriel. I was just wondering, with your interactions with the media, how have you found them in general? Do you think they've been open to your opinions and your contact, or have you found some resistance?
Yeah, there's always resistance. Combative media. We're always that's part of what we can do as Julian's family. We can get in front of the media and tell a different side to the story, and that's what we're always trying to do. We're always trying to counter this narrative that's being put out there about Julian and his persecution. And it's not a lot of media. They don't want to cover that sort of thing. So we'll just get stonewalled. But sometimes we have the opportunity to get on some cable news in the US or some of the big channels in the UK or Australia, interviews in, different publications, but they can always be twisted. So, it's a little bit of a cat and mouse game with them a lot of the time. But you'd think it's in their interest, right? Like, this is Julian's freedom is their freedom. Like, it's their press freedom, right, that is under attack. So you really have to wonder, well, what does the corporate media, do they really care about press freedom? I'm not. I don't know if I think they care about preserving their own power, but whether that includes press rights and things like that, I think they're sort of willing to sacrifice those if it's politically convenient for them.
Okay.
I think you're. I can't hear you,
Andrew. I can't hear you. Are you muted or something?
I'm muted. Not the smartest person. It's just because of the connection. I was trying to mute everything so that and then I forgot. But tell me again about sort of. You said you didn't get in touch with Julian until you were in your teens. So what was that dynamic? Could you explain that to us?
Yeah, well, we have different mums. So Julian and I. So I didn't grow up with Julian. Yeah, we sort of had a separate upbringing in that way. I lived in a different part of the country as well, so it wasn't just as easy as walking down the street or getting on a bus or whatever. But yeah, I think it was really great to get to know Julian as a brother at that stage in my life. I think it was obviously we didn't have all that shared experience of growing up in the same household and stuff, but I definitely felt connected to him in a way that I didn't with other people. And he's very much family, he's family orientated person. He believes a lot in family and the family connection. So he put a lot of effort and so did I, and we made time for each other and to really bond, at that stage and try and, be connected as brothers. So, it's sort of like not the usual experience, but, I think I found it cool. I was like, yeah, this is cool.
You can definitely see a connection between the two of you, and it pains me to see how upset this whole situation has made you feel, and I can only imagine the toll it must be taking on your family. So, I feel for everything that you're all going through.
Thanks.
Do you feel optimistic or pessimistic about the future? Do you have any idea of how you think things might go in terms of the extradition?
I think, yeah, I mean, it's I think the Ai Weiwei once said, there's like an Ai Weiwei quote he was talking about Julian, and he said, it's the fight that gives meaning to Julian's work. And so I think to me that is the biggest thing, is that this fight makes all Julian's work that he's ever done, that shows how important it is that the forces he's up against are willing to go to destroy all their institutions, and people around the world are all coming out to support him. Hundreds of thousands of people, politicians. We've got political parties, political groups in almost every European country. 28 members in a Free Julian group in the UK, 49 in France, a third of the Greek Parliament. There's groups in Spain, Austria, Italy. Australia has a 28-member group as well that includes the Deputy Prime Minister. So I think there is a global, the Mexican president has come out and said that, Julian should be freed. So there is a global movement that is coming together and is growing and growing and growing and demanding Julian's freedom. So, I don't get into I think hope is a weird thing, right? But I think you can look around and you can see that all these people around the world are coming together to, push for Julian's freedom, and I think that's something awesome to watch, and I think that's amazing.
I guess we should wrap up quite soon, but I just want to ask, just one last thing is that, I guess going back those 20 years or so, was there anything, I mean, you couldn't have imagined that in 20 years you'd be doing this tour with your dad around America, to raise awareness about Julian's case. I mean, how
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm surprised every day, about all the actions and things and the support that we're able to, get together. It's just amazing. I mean, just 3 weeks ago, we raised, 54 million US dollars through an NFT sale, that will go to Julian's defense. So, it's just, you just have to let yourself be surprised about all the support that is out there for Julian, there's just more and more every day, like I say, and I don't, I mean, it is unreal. It's an unreal experience, but I don't really look at it that way. It's more about what can we do and how can what next steps can we take to get Julian free is basically how I look at it.
So it does seem like a really.
Go on.
Sorry, I was just going to say, it seems like a really tragic case, but it's nice to see that there is a bit of hope and it is bringing believers together from all over the world. And I just wanted to say, I'm sorry to hear what you and your family are going through, and we wish you all the best.
Thanks.
Yeah, is there any way you'd like people to go to help out or follow you on Twitter?
Yeah, they can follow me on Twitter, Gabriel Shipton. Also follow Stella Morris, Julian's fiance, on Twitter. There's the Don't Extradite Assange campaign, which is happening in the UK. For people in the UK, they can go check that out, Don't Extradite Assange. And then there's AssangeDefense.org, which is the US side of it. So they can check out both those sites. Lots of information and things that are happening around the place. So, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much for giving us your time.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All the best.
Night. Peace.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, that was interesting. And now
Yeah.
you've got Joran Adamson.
Joran Adamson, yes.
Say that again.
Joran, I think is how you pronounce it.
Joran. Okay.
I think so, yeah.
Well, you'll have to clear that up with him at the beginning. I just know that the O with the umlaut on it in German, but I don't think it's from German. He'll talk to you about that, I am sure. And I will. Oh yeah, I'll leave it. Bye to everyone. I'm going to be in the Patreon, so do sign up to Sean's Patreon to get to the Patreon bit. Be talking to the wolf trans person in that. And otherwise, I'll see you on YouTube next week. Follow me on the Edge with Andrew Gold. I'm leaving you in the very capable hands of Dr. Shahom Das.
Thank you very much. See you, Andrew.
Cheers, mate.
Okay, so how are we doing, viewers? Any comments, any questions while we wait for our next guest? Hello.
Hi there. Hi.
Now you'll have to excuse me. Is it Goran or Joran?
Joran.
Joran. Apologies.
Joran. Soft J and then it's a little special Swedish thing.
Okay, great. So Joran is an associate professor in sociology with a PhD from the London School of Economics, author of Populist Parties and the Failure of the Elites. And today we'll be discussing diversity, multiculturalism, and how right-wing extremists are fighting against a more inclusive world. So welcome to Sean Atwood's channel.
Thank you so much.
If we can have you on. If I can start by saying, first of all, I saw your interview with Dr. Gadsard. That was really interesting. Mm-hmm. For our viewers who might not know, do you mind telling us a little bit about what both negative nationalism is and what transferred nationalism is?
Okay, so negative nationalism is something like very similar to what we normally see as nationalism. You know, just a normal nationalist is someone who defends his own country, his own identity, his own background, his own history, his own, civilization, whatever, until the end of his dying days. So a negative nationalist is someone who is equally hypnotized, fascinated by his own country, his own identity, his own background, but not in order to praise it, but in order to criticize it. And so you can say that, just to give you a simple concept, you can say that maybe a multiculturalist is quite a good approximation of a negative nationalist. Someone who is happy to be very critical of his own culture while praising cultures overseas. So that's the negative nationalist. And then a transferred nationalist is someone who, transferred is like exported nationalist. Is someone who has these very strong nationalist sentiments, but this person knows that he or she cannot voice it on behalf of his home country, his home culture, because that is not possible, given the given academia and the liberal entourage, etc. So he or she is doing it on behalf of exotic cultures instead. He's doing it on behalf of, for instance, Syria, for instance, I don't know, even Russia, possibly, or Ukraine, anything which is overseas or distant. Maybe more distant than Ukraine, by the way, something very distant. Maybe you should say a culture which he or she knows very little about, because that's the ignorance, I would say, is a very important component in this exotic fascination. So the transferred nationalist, the only difference, if I just sum this up, sorry for being a bit lengthy, the only difference in my view between a common nationalist and a transferred nationalist is the geographic location on where he's sinking his personality, the geographic location. So it's the same nationalist sentiment, the same romantic attitude. It's only not here but elsewhere, overseas, if you know what I mean.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. Yeah. And are these new phenomenon? Are these issues growing? Are they a problem? Are they becoming a problem in your view?
Yeah, they are. But first, I'd like to say they are not new. I wish I had invented these concepts myself, but they actually go back to none the less than George Orwell. He was the one who invented both negative nationalism and transferred nationalism. So these things has been around for at least 100 years. But I think that I think these things are possibly growing. I think this is a very important tendency among the left liberal intellectual entourage in the West, where people can basically make a career out of criticizing your own country and praising cultures overseas. And so I think it is growing, and it is very strange because at the same time people are, refugees are coming to Sweden, they are coming to Holland, they are coming to United States and Canada, and yet I would say you have a very large section of the intellectuals and academics in the media in these countries being very critical, I think excessively critical towards their own culture, their own country. Even though people are, refugees are not running away from Sweden to Yemen. They are running away from Yemen or Syria to Sweden. So there's a funny thing here going on, if you know what I mean. Strange attitude.
Do you think that Western countries, first world countries, have a moral obligation to accept refugees or not?
Well, to some extent, but if you do it, it has to be proportionate. And being a Swede myself, I think it is a very sad fact that Sweden has taken on a very large section of, for instance, the war in 2015, much more than many other countries in Europe. And then, the whole idea of multiculturalism, I think this is an important thing to mention. The whole idea of multiculturalism rests on somehow the notion that differences is interesting. If someone is very different to yourself, that is in itself something that would make you fascinated or interested or intrigued by that person. So then it's not a problem if people from Somalia or from a very different country, this is not a political statement, a very different country or culture comes to Sweden. But I actually think that this is a mistake. And it is a mistake because in order to feel some kind of understanding, or in order to be interested by someone else, there has to be some kind of underlying similarity. I don't think you're interested by a difference as such. You're interested by, or intrigued, or fascinated even by some kind of common ground. There has to be a common ground, and I think that's a basic misunderstanding by the entire multicultural entourage. So yeah, I could just go on for hours about this, but just a little clarity.
Okay, so I live in London, one of the most multicultural cities in the world. I'm obviously of ethnic origin myself, so I would argue, and I think a lot of Londoners would argue, that by having such a melting pot, you kind of there's an acceptance of other races, of other different types of foods, of other different types of musics, cultures. It is a big mixing pot. So from what you, correct me if I'm making assumptions here, but it sounds like what you're saying is that multiculturalism isn't necessarily a good thing. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's not necessarily a good thing, but clearly it's also not necessarily a bad thing. For instance, you and I are having a great conversation, but the reason why we are having a great conversation, you and I, is not because you are from another country, another culture. It is because we share something. We share an interest in having intellectual discussions. If this is intellectual, I hope so. Talking about these things. And so the reason why the bottom line between you and me, as an example, is some kind of similarity, some kind of proximity. And let me get back to this thing about different cultures living in London, etc. There is a concept called boutique multiculturalism, and boutique multiculturalism that's not the test. You need to test things and see if they work. And boutique multiculturalism is, for instance, when people say that, you go to London and you can have Indian food and you can have all kinds of exotic food. It's so wonderful, and you can listen to different kinds of music, etc. And it's so wonderful, and it is so enriching. Well, maybe it is, but the test of I think the test, if you really want to test multiculturalism, you need to test the weaker points of cultures, the weaker points of the British culture, and for instance, imperialism, the dark history, etc., blah, blah, blah. And you need to test the weaker points of Buddhism, its weaker sides, and the weaker points of Islam, which might be the role of women in Islam, because boutique multiculturalism, again, is like, if you want to defend it, you say it's so enriching and vivid. And then you try to sidestep the problems of any one culture. So you can't do that. You need to look at the full range of the entire pack of cards, so to speak, and then assess it. And I think, again, like I talked to before, I mentioned that you have this romantic attitude, and I would say that boutique multiculturalism is a very good example of a romantic, idealizing attitude of any one culture, any one civilization. And I think that is dangerous. And it's also, in a strange way, patronizing towards these cultures and towards people from these cultures, as if they cannot take criticism. They are not mature enough to stand up in an open discussion about the pros and cons. And I think, and this is like a very important facet, I think, in the entire left liberal entourage approach to multiculturalism and to cultures overseas, if you know what I mean, if that makes sense to me.
And you use sorry to pick you up on this, but you use the word dangerous. Can you explain why you think that it could be dangerous, why multiculturalism can be dangerous, in your opinion?
Well, if let me take a very simple example. Sometimes I do this with my students. If they say that multiculturalism is wonderful, and then I bring up Nazism. Okay, suppose you would have skinheads or National Socialists into Sweden, and they would walk around, and they would build very nice roads, but then on the other hand, they would be very nasty towards homosexuals and Jews, and maybe people from other, maybe they would just walk around shooting people. And if you endorse multiculturalism, you have to endorse it as a political principle. You can't just say that I'm in favor of multiculturalism because I like people from Vietnam. That's not the test of a political idea. The test of a political idea is to use it and to embrace it as a principle. So then you also need to embrace the influx of, for instance, National Socialists in London, for instance, and I don't think anybody would do that. So that's the danger. The dangerous thing here is that you need to look at the full range of values in any given culture. Otherwise, you will just end up romanticizing or behaving more or less childish about the whole idea. Yeah.
I accept that you do have to look at the full range. I get where you're coming from, but would you accept that within any culture there can be people who are unaccepting, unwilling to integrate? So you mentioned Nazis having issues against or showing hostility towards homosexuals, but all cultures would have that. So even native English people, there'll be some people that are homophobic versus some people that can't. So I suppose my point is, surely it's about the individuals rather than an entire culture coming over.
No, I don't think so. Of course not. No, I mean, if I bring up National Socialism, it's not about individual, Goebbels or Hitler. It's about an entire system of values, or the IS, for instance, Islamic State. It's not about one or two guys behaving inappropriately. It's about an entire religious attitude or political attitude, which I think is terrifying, or genocidal. So I'm sorry. I wish I could be generous and say, so just boys fighting, but it's much worse than that. And you can also talk about Russia now and Putin, even though I think it's not about the Russian people, of course. It's about a fraction of the Russian people. But again, it's like a tendency. It's the dominant tendency in Russia behaving in a way that I find appalling, completely appalling. See?
So again, so you've selected a couple of groups. So you said you're talking about ISIS, you're talking about Nazis as well, and I agree. So I don't think anybody watching this would disagree that their core ideology is one of hatred and of being divisive. I think we're seeing eye to eye on that. Yeah. But my question is, don't you think that you've kind of picked up on specific sectors of society that already have a reputation of being very difficult and not being particularly integrative? What I'm saying is, going back to me living in London, that's not what I see when I see lots of different cultures. They're not people like that, or at least most of the people that I see are not like that. So are you not picking out the most difficult groups and making a generalization from them?
Well, you can say I am, but then again, I think if you talk about any kind of political idea, if you talk about politics, you need to talk about ideas. You can't talk. I mean, if you say that, unless you talk about ideas, then you are, I fear, somehow talking about things you like. If I say that for instance, if I say that I value other cultures, and then I value cultures, I just talk about cultures that are close to me politically, whatever that might be. But I mean, the test of your approach to ideas is if you would also embrace and defend cultures or art or music. If you would defend freedom of speech for people with whom you would disagree completely, that's the test of your approach to freedom of speech, isn't it? If you say that you can't. The test is not to check if you to say that I favor this and that author, and that's the test of my approach to freedom of speech. The test, if there's someone who you abhor, who you despise, and yet you say, I defend his right to raise his voice. I defend his art, even though I think his art is terrifying or repulsive, etc. That's the test, you see. So then, so you can't cherry pick, I think, if you talk about politics, because you need to talk about ideas. You need to talk about principles. And in the political debate today, I think very few people do that, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just changing tact a little bit, can you tell us a little bit about your book? So why did you decide to write it, and what are the kind of, obviously you can't expand on the whole book, but what are the central themes in the book about?
You mean the book you mentioned, or my most recent book?
Your latest book.
Okay, so my latest book is called Masochistic Nationalism, and the subtitle is sorry. So the subtitle is Multicultural Self-Hatred and the Infatuation with the Exotic. And I think that title, maybe I don't need to say more because it says a lot, I think. But so the masochistic nationalism is it's my attempt to combine the two concepts we talked about before, namely negative nationalism and transferred nationalism, exported nationalism. And to cut a long story short, I think masochistic nationalism covers a lot of attitudes and values and sentiments in the West among the people I would call the multicultural entourage, namely a kind of a desire to always make unfavorable, to compare your own culture unfavorably to other cultures. To say that, we live in Sweden, but look at how we treat, for instance, homosexuals. Look at the role of women in Sweden. Look at the role of migrants. It's appalling, it's disgusting, it's terrifying, it's shocking. But if you check it, for instance, if you check the way Swedish people treat migrants, you have to admit, I would claim, that we have hundreds and hundreds of projects and schemes and approaches. And I think that, if you see it in the bigger picture, I think we are treating migrants relatively well in Sweden compared to most countries. So, so this is a very puzzling and interesting thing, I think, because, and then you have to ask yourself, so what is this negative attitude? Where does it come from? I think it comes from I think it comes from a desire to do it because you get a kick out of it. It can give you jobs. It can give you a position in society, and not. It's like we think that you cannot be a nationalist. You cannot embrace your own culture because that's dangerous. That's racist. That's arrogant, etc. And again, let me get back to George Orwell, because I think he expresses this far better than I try to do now, because I think this was a bit unclear. This is what he says, and let me cite him very clearly. He said this in an essay he wrote in 1945. He says, of course, the British intellectuals did not want Germany to win the war, yet they could not help getting a kick when they saw the British Air Force shot down over Dresden and Berlin. So they got a kick out of it, because they couldn't, for God's sake, they couldn't embrace the king and the queen and the British Empire. That was impossible. So they would have loved to embrace the opponent, but the opponent was Hitler, and you just can't do that. And yet, so they couldn't help getting a kick. They couldn't help being excited by when they saw their own soldiers being shot down. So I would think this is a kind of eternal idea, eternal sentiment among the people you today would call the multiculturalists. An irrepressible desire to find critical arguments against your own culture, which I think is ridiculous. I just think it's very ridiculous.
Is some of what you're talking about white guilt, do you think?
Exactly, yes. Very good point. Thanks a lot. White guilt fits perfectly in here. Yes.
And even if you, I think you and I probably see, I think we see things differently in some ways, and we overlap in some ways as well. So I don't think there should be white guilt. I don't think anyone should feel guilty about something that's out of their control, where they're from. But separate to that, do you accept that white privilege exists?
What does that mean?
White privilege. So it means that in some specific areas, entertainment, education, politics, there has been a history of certain people from a certain ethnic background and also gender that have more of an advantage than people that are not from those from who do look the same or are not from the same place.
Well, I have a lot of concerns about that idea. First of all, I've lived in Vietnam, I've lived in Indonesia, I've lived in Ethiopia. And in Ethiopia, there was a privilege of people from Ethiopia. And in Hong Kong, if you try to get a job in a Hong Kong university, you realize that you can't, because they're all people from Hong Kong, you see. Then you have the Hong Kong privilege. And then you have the Indonesian privilege. If I want to work in the bureaucracy in Istanbul, I can't, because they won't give me the job. You see? Yeah. So I think, first of all, I think that the privilege you're talking about, it makes perfect sense, because it's a privilege to people who know more than other people. You see? So that's one comment I'd like to make. And then I actually also would like to say that maybe now, sorry if I play the devil's advocate, but maybe I could suggest that the idea of white guilt, at least in part, fits into my general scheme of a masochistic attitude, namely that you like to paint your own race or your own culture, your own identity in dark colors. Even if you're white, you paint it. And by saying, you know, we have this white guilt and we have privileges, and these privileges are unjust. I'm not sure they are unjust. I think, you know, it all comes down to meritocracy. And then, I mean, if you be a multiculturalist or someone who would be, you know, on the other side of the fence, you would laugh and say that's ridiculous. There is no meritocracy. But then, I mean, if they accuse me for being a stupid liberal, please, you know, feel free to say that. But I do insist that, for instance, you sitting here talking to me, I'm sure that they choose you because they think you're maybe better than all the other candidates. That's why you're doing it. And you interview me because you think I have something interesting to say. So you know, I don't think it's necessarily a racial thing or like privileges. I think it has to do often with capacities and capabilities and meritocracy. And I have no problem with that, honestly. I just don't.
Okay, a few things I'd say. Well, first of all, I don't think we should just boil it down to race, privilege being race. I think that's the case. No. I think gender is a huge factor, and I think obviously also wealth is a huge factor. Even some people are saying this in the comments, like coming from a wealthy background. There's so many things in life that are easier than coming from poverty. Everything from education to
absolutely, yes.
So
yes.
I guess my question is, first of all, I think you've already just answered this. Do you accept that there are different types of privileges, and do you think that people who are at the top of the privilege, who are privileged, have any kind of responsibility to make it fair, or not?
Definitely. Suppose I'd say no, then I guess you would just cancel the whole interview. Of course they do. Of course we do. And the Swedish colleague, he phrased it very, very aptly. He said that talent is equally, proportioned throughout the classes. There are as many talented working class people as there are talented upper class people. And then if you look at the university and you realize that the proportion of middle class or upper class people is wildly over proportion, that is of course a problem, and it shouldn't be like this. Okay. And then you should say we have to work against that, but that's a whole different thing. That's a whole different ballgame. This is extremely difficult, and because everyone doesn't want to become an academic, and even though that might bring, you know, a better life and better wages, etc. But anyways, to get back to your question, clearly there are privileges, and there is nepotism, and there are favors, and there is elitism. I mean, I actually. In my book, my next book I think will be about the tension between the elite and the people, and to try to discuss this and so that's my next project, which is I hope it'll be interesting too. So
And so you went to London School of Economics. Did I get that correct? So you actually lived in London for a while?
Yeah, I lived in London for 3 years, moved around Hammersmith and Angel and everywhere. So yeah, it was a great time at the LSE. It was that was the I think founding years of my intellectual somehow approach to things.
Can I ask, what do you think are some of the differences in the culture between England and Sweden, and also the characteristic traits of your average English person, quote unquote typical, versus your average Swedish person? How are we different?
Yeah, well, then I have to cite one of my favorites, John Cleese. He says that the most important, or the one object, the only thing that a British gentleman desires throughout his life is never to make a fool of himself. So there's this, I think, maybe stiff upper lip attitude in Britain, but I have to say that I think there are much more similarities between British people and Swedish people than there are differences. My partner, she's from Germany, and I think on the surface you might think that Germany and Sweden are very similar, actually. But to get back to Monty Python. I said I love Monty Python. Then she bought the whole you know, everything they ever did, and we were watching it when we, you know, 15 years ago, and she didn't smile once, and I was like dying from laughter. So in terms of humor, if humor is some kind of a litmus test of your approach to life, then I think actually Britain and Sweden has many similarities, because we have the same sense of humor, and I also have relatives in London, and I don't see that we are like different, that we have different attitudes and approaches. I think under the surface, I think there are a lot of the similarities abound, but on the surface maybe there are some differences. But in Germany, I think it's the opposite. Actually, we seem to be very different, but underneath, in terms of our approach to humor, for instance, we are extremely different, I would say.
Okay,
I think
that's very interesting. Thank you for that. Yeah. And just changing topics, can you tell us a little bit about how you think right-wing extremists are fighting against a more inclusive world?
Well, my answer to that, I think I made a comment on that question. I mean, inclusion is a big thing. You can talk about that for hours, but I think that, yes, we have a political polarization. And even in Sweden, we have the Sweden Democrats, who people claim to be a right-wing populist party. I think it is a social conservative party, and clearly it has a little bit sleazy or problematic background, etc., and there are fringes in it. But I think that if you want to talk about these things seriously, you need to try to understand the root cause of the polarization. You need to understand the root cause of Front National. I think it's called something else now, Rassemblement National. I think, you know, Marine Le Pen's party, and all the other parties throughout Europe. You need to ask yourself, where did these parties come from? And then you have the left liberal analysis, which I think is not an analysis. I think it is very superficial. They just say that, okay, so people just became racists. You know, Swedish people, 20% of the Swedish population, they just became right-wing populists. It's terrible. It's a disgrace, etc. That's not an analysis. You need to ask yourself, but why are these things happening? And then I fear you have to go back and ask yourself, the left wing, the Social Democrats and the Green Party, etc., are they somehow responsible, at least in part, for the political polarization, for the fact that, as the phrase is in English, that nicely you can phrase it so nicely, that the floor is caving in. You know, the floor under the liberal parties and the parties in the middle is just caving in. And then you have the political polarization happening. And I would say yes. And just give me one, I can just give one example of that.
Sure.
If like just the average citizen in Sweden is voting for the Sweden Democrats, that is not necessarily because this person is a racist or a whatever, Islamophobe. It might just be because this guy, he wants to live in a peaceful society. And if it happens to be a migrant group coming to his little town and they are not behaving the way they should, they might be criminals. And I'm not blaming that country. Yeah, might not even blame the guys, you know, who are doing this, because they come from maybe a society where there's no state, and you have a completely different setup, you know, and way to behave. But anyways, if this citizen then decides to vote for Sweden Democrats, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's a right winger. Or maybe if he loses his job, there's someone from Bulgaria who comes and takes and he's sacked, he loses his job, and they bring on someone from Bulgaria or from Turkey who is doing the same job as good, you know, but for half the price. And then this guy says that they shouldn't come here. And then you have the left-wingers who are pointing fingers at him, calling him a racist. He's not. He just wants to keep his job. So there are a lot of reasons why people are voting for these parties, which has nothing to do whatsoever with being a fascist or an Islamophobe or a racist, if you see what I mean.
But do you accept that some people might vote for right-wing parties because they are racist? Like, there are right-wing parties. There's certainly been some over many years in the UK where you have people that are overtly xenophobic and very clearly say that they want to keep their population or their race white. So it's not about
Of
economics,
course.
it's not about jobs. Do you accept that happens as well?
Sure. I mean, there are Stalinists and there are Nazis. I guess there are a few hundred people in Sweden who think that Hitler was a great guy. We can't do anything about that. But I think this is a case of people often say that conservatives are pessimists. Conservatives have a very pessimistic worldview. They paint the world in dark colors. But I think there is an equal pessimism, a societal pessimism among certain left-wingers, among the people you can call them multiculturalists, in the sense that they are happy to paint a very dark picture of their opponents. Instead of acknowledging that someone is voting for the Sweden Democrats, for instance, because he lost his job to a very qualified guy from Ukraine or from wherever, they call him a racist. And so they are exaggerating the problem tremendously, which I think is silly and stupid and not only counterproductive, but also dangerous from a societal point of view. So it's like they are they simply cannot get enough of their pessimism, and they are excited by it. They are thrilled by it. And to get back to what I was talking about before, I think they bloody well get a kick out of it, to say these things. And then they can talk to each other and they say, it's terrible, isn't it? These racists. Yes, it's terrible. To me, this is like watching The Shining. It's like watching a horror movie with some popcorn. But these are academics, and they are paid well for their fantasies, the pessimistic fantasies. Sorry, I'm exaggerating a bit, and I'm thinking maybe I'm getting a bit too over the top here. But
apologies, I'm afraid I do see your point. Thank you. I think we're running out of time. So before we finish, do you want to tell our viewers where they can support you, where they can find your writings, your books, etc.?
Well, check on Amazon. I have all my books are on Amazon, and you can also check my interviews with Gadsad and everything. There's quite a lot on the net, so just have a look and see what you think. And if you like it, and just feel free to write to me. And I also have a homepage, and you can check that up too. So just have a look and enjoy.
Great, and I'm sure Ashley will put up the links in the comment section. Thank you for your time, Joran. Pleasure to speak to you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so very interesting character there. Hi, Andrew.
Oh, yeah, caught the last couple of minutes on. I better use the microphone. Caught the last couple of minutes of that. It sounds interesting. Was that good? Happy? I don't think I fully agree with everything he says, but I definitely agree with some of it. And everyone's as long as somebody can explain their opinions, their understanding, then I'm very happy to listen to different points of view. Yeah, not all of them though. Not like Goebbels or something. But yeah, he was.
I don't think Goebbels is coming on, is he?
Not today. But yeah, well, we're kicking you off, aren't we? Are you back on later on the Patreon?
No, I think I'm done.
Are you just going to sleep? Are you?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
It's been a long day.
Well, have a nice sleep, mate.
Cheers, Andrew. Viewers,
get
congratulations.
Shahom's book.
Yeah, get my book, watch my podcast, and just a big shout out to Sean. Thank you for having me on, and it's great to be part of the 50th ever Ashwood Unleashed.
Oh, lovely.
Goodbye,
Good night,
everybody.
mate. Speak to you soon.
Bye.
Ease off, and on comes Naya. How you doing, Naya?
Hi. How are
What's
you?
going on? Well, I'm good.
Not
thank
a whole
you.
lot.
Oh, sorry, I've got a bit of a delay, don't I? Not a lot's going on. Where are you talking to us from? Whereabouts?
Seattle, Washington.
Okay, that's where Fraser Crane's from. Do you know of Fraser? I don't know. You might not. You might be too young. How old are you?
I'm 27.
You should know Fraser. Fraser was on after Friends and before ER. It was a series on Thursday night. Well, in the
I've
UK,
heard of it.
Thursday.
I think my parents have watched it. It's just not something
no.
I've watched.
I'm getting old. I'm showing my age. I loved Fraser Crane. He was great, but he was from Seattle, and then Nirvana. That was the other thing, right?
Yes. I have heard of Nirvana.
Oh, yeah. So you are somebody who identifies as a wolf. How's that going? How does it explain to us? Because obviously it's up to most people. It's not something they're familiar with. So to fill them in.
So I identify as a British Columbia wolf theory-anthrope. It's more of a spiritual thing. It's not really, I'm very aware I'm human. I work a very human job. It's just a spiritual identification. I'm very close with wolves. I volunteered at wolf preserves. I've interacted with wolves. Just kind of some, you know, it's not this big thing that everyone seems to think it is.
Oh, we shouldn't have had you on then. It's not a big. We have to exaggerate it. Let's make it into an even bigger thing than it is. That's
Well,
the
fun
only.
fact, that's actually how I got well known. There was a documentary I was a part of. It was done by Logo TV, called I Think I'm an Animal, and they basically told me kind of what to say and what to do. It was kind of a disastrous experience, and that's how I got well known. And it's like, wait a minute, that's not me. That doesn't, represent my everyday life, but they kind of passed it on to do so.
Is it also a case of, and forgive me if I'm wrong, I'm just sort of projecting, yes, that you were quite young when that all came out, and then as you get
I
older,
was 18, so
yeah,
much younger than I am now. I was 18 kind of when the meme came out. I was very much, I don't want to use the term manipulated. At the time, I thought that I knew everything. And I was very much more than willing to go on under those circumstances, which is just kind of, why would I do that? Kind of looking back at it. But just the whole allure of, oh God, wow, I'm going to be on TV. People are going to know who I am at the time was a bit, yeah.
But there must have been some good that came from it, or no?
Kind of. I like some of the subsequent interviews I've done. I've liked some of the ones that like the one I did with Anthony Padilla, I was pretty happy with. I was really happy with the one that I did with This Morning. I did one with Fox, which surprisingly, you would think a network like Fox, they're known to be pretty conservative. You thought, oh, wow, that's going to be disastrous. It was actually one of my better interviews. I was actually really pleased with how it turned out. So
He was nice.
Yeah.
I like that guy. I just watched that on YouTube, and I was also, my first thought was, why did she go on Fox of all places? And then I thought, like, oh, this guy is really like a sweet, nice guy, isn't
And
he?
it's funny, I've watched some of his other shows, and I'm like, oh God, that's what I'm getting myself into. And then he was just really polite and friendly with me, which was really cool.
Oh, that's nice. I suppose, I don't know. I wonder if sometimes if something is like, we seem to get angrier at people who are like closer to us but slightly different. And because you were so
Yes.
far from anything he had any relation to, he was just like, okay, this is a different thing from me than that I know about, then fine,
I think a lot of people, I think they actually get angrier when they realize that I'm not, as crazy or as whatever as they want to think that I am, because it kind of takes away that this is an external person, this is somebody I can make fun of and project hatred on, and I think they're kind of upset that that gets taken away. So it's like they double down on it to compensate. It's very strange.
I would imagine if my theory then, and it is a total theory about people getting angry at people who are closer to them but slightly different, do you get criticism from people, say, in the non-kin world?
Like
who
I've
are,
gotten criticism from the LGBT community
I was
because
going
I'm
to say,
trans.
yeah.
I'm transgender female. And I, I'm very open about the fact that my identity as a woman and my wolf spirituality are not the same thing. I don't feel that they're in the same sort of category. I feel one is such a different and serious sort of thing going on to where I'm actually, taking medical steps to address, while the other is just, oh, I've got the spirit of the wolf. That's cool. It's not in the same league. And I think a lot of people in the LGBT community are like, oh my gosh, like you're making us look bad. I'm like, no, like I know that these are two separate concepts. I never represent otherwise. I don't call myself trans species or trans wolf. I think the concept of that is actually pretty absurd. But yeah.
Okay, I get you. That's exactly what I imagined would happen, is that some people might think it's like, oh, she doesn't, because people do say, I have heard what you might call transphobic people. They often do say like, oh, you're going to become a woman, are you? Why don't you just become a dolphin or something? And so they might have thought, because they might have thought you were making light of it, but it appears that that's not the case.
Right. And like even reading your chat here, there's people who are just, they don't understand, very clearly don't understand anything to do with trans issues, and that's fine.
No, don't read the chat. Do not read the chat.
People. Yeah, I'm fine with it. I don't require people to understand it. It's who I am, and it's no skin off my nose if somebody in some other state or some other country is, not okay with it. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What are you doing tomorrow that I care about?
Listen, we had a journalist on a couple of hours ago now who's in Kiev right now in Ukraine, and he was getting so much horrible stuff from the chat as well. So I just always say there are just so many people watching. There are always going to be offensive things, so don't take them to heart. It would, So is there also a case of I wonder sometimes if we're all sort of trying to find ourselves in the world and we're trying to add like tags to ourselves, like Twitter and bios and stuff. We've all got like I'm a this thing and that thing, and it's like almost Dungeons and Dragons. I'm definitely guilty of this. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
I've definitely noticed that happen. I'm not even going to front on that. There's people who literally can collect diagnoses and collect identifiers. Some people don't even necessarily have a reason to. They just kind of see something offline and they pick it up. But I also think there is legitimacy to some people, and it's Poe's law. If you've ever heard of Poe's law, you approach the point where you don't know if somebody is being truthful, factual, and they're just different, or if they're frankly trolling you. And I think online, a lot of things approach that point.
Yeah, no. Well, you seem very level-headed, actually, and I've got to say, like, I don't know, and I'm going to get a lot of flack from the chat for this, but like, obviously, the wolf spirit is very far from anything that I can really understand. Although I can, I understand the principle, but so is also, believing in God. If we talk about spirituality, and I know there are some religious people, and that's okay, that's fine, and they're allowed to have their views as well. But it's no more out there than the particular beliefs in Scientology and Mormon stuff, but also Christianity, Judaism, Islam.
Scientology is definitely out there. So
yeah, Lord Cthulhu and all that stuff.
But yeah,
oh no! Speaking of out there.
Hey, how are you doing, Naya?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, excellent. We've had such a fun evening, and a huge thank you for spending time with us this evening. I've been listening, absolutely fascinating.
Thank you.
Yeah,
you look great. Look at that. You got all the flashing lights.
I know, because we're drawing to the end of the 4-hour session on YouTube. Got my disco lights on. I'm about to bust out some music.
Sean, what do you think of Naya?
Naya's absolutely wonderful. And so brave and so big-hearted for coming on here and speaking out and sharing your story in general. Yes.
Thank you.
You are a lovely
nice.
soul. Yes.
What I was going to ask you, Naya, and I know people always ask you, so it's a bit annoying, it's just to do a howl, and I don't want to patronize you, but I think maybe it'd be nice if both of you, because I know Sean will definitely be up for trying to do a howl, and yours sounded quite good, Naya. So should we try, Sean, do you want to go first?
I want to hear Sean howl first.
I am presently scrolling through my
is he just
sound. I'm scrolling through my sound effects. I'm not ignoring anybody. I'm just looking down because I've got this new software. Let's go with it. Here's a ghostly howl.
Yeah, he's obsessed with his soundtrack stuff.
Let's put the volume
ghostly
on.
Howl. It's not going to be the same as a wolf howl, Sean. It's going to be very offensive.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Naya, you've got a high level to beat now. Go on.
Your turn.
Oh, that's better than yours.
That really hit the spot.
That was good. That could have been an actual wolf.
Really hit the spot, didn't it?
Yeah, that did it. I did do it. Have you got any questions for Sean, or shall I keep going, or how are we doing for time?
Well, I don't know why my computer's not making any sound. Let's see. Ghostly hell. Come on, come through.
Oh no!
Damn it! Yeah, keep talking while I try and figure this out.
Okay. So Naya, aside from the wolf spirit stuff, being trans, how is that today? I don't know many trans people. What's it like?
So it depends on where you are and kind of what your experience is. I'm from a small town in the South. I wasn't born and raised here. And it was a much more negative experience with people there. Here, it's people don't really give you a second look for the most part. You know what I mean? Like if I'm out in public, some people who recognize me are like, "Oh my God, it's the wolf girl." But people who like don't recognize me from that, or they just kind of ignore me. It's just like being anywhere else out in public. So.
Where do you stand on sort of in terms of trans ideology? I saw you were criticizing J.K. Rowling. Is a trans woman a woman in your mind?
Yes. And a lot of my criticism of J.K. Rowling is specifically how she's going about doing what she's doing. I think she's been openly hateful. I think she's using her position of power. She's privileged. She's on a lofty perch. She's not and she might have been at one point, but she's not the relatable single mother that's struggling. She's one of the richest people in the UK. So I really don't think she should be trying to take this every woman's approach just to mask her hatred. I just don't think that's okay.
I'm going to try again with the fangs. Hold on.
Oh, I was going to ask you, Sean, if you had a serious point. This is why he needs me on, Naya, because otherwise it's just the show falls apart.
Naya, when are you coming to London so we can hang out?
I actually do plan to come there at some point. I have a very good friend in the UK, so I'm planning on visiting him at some point.
Oh, well, keep us posted, because I would love for us all to have a night out on the town in London.
That would be fantastic.
Awesome. Yeah,
never asked me to hang out, Sean.
Well, Andrew, we may invite Andrew. We'll see how the night goes.
What is this?
we gotta wrap things up now. Naya, do you want to tell the public where they can find you and support you online?
You can find me at naya.me, naia.me, or Naya Gozawu, NAIAGOESAWOO, TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram.
And we will have all of Naya's links in the description box below this video. Actually, they're already there. So if you want to go down and support Naya, we would appreciate that, and all of our other guests. Huge thank you. Much love, Naya. Take care.
Thanks, Naya.
Thank you. It was good to meet you.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Right, we have got 3 minutes to wrap it up then. And please put in please put in the chat a number 1 if you want these live streams to get longer and longer. Put in the chat number 2 if you want myself and Andrew to rest easy and to go back down to lower hours of live stream. Please,
so we can actually eat dinner.
My back.
You're worrying about your back. I'm imagining you're probably getting fed stuff like a king by someone or other. How are you eating?
I've got grapes and yogurt. It's just fueling me right through. And before I came on tonight, I did swimming and I did a circuit training blaze class, which elevates your heart. It elevates your heart so high, the sprinting, you can't sleep at night. So basically, it keeps you hyper for the rest of the day.
Mate, I haven't left this room all day. I'm so jealous of that kind of energy. Pretty good, that. Lots of ones and twos. There are people who are going like, fair enough, have a sleep, Andrew, aren't there?
Next Wednesday, I'm on the road, but we are going to be premiering Wednesday, 6 p.m. the coming week. It is the Mark Williams Thomas interview, the cop who exposed Jimmy Savile. We've had to make many edits to it so it doesn't give the YouTube algorithm a heart attack, but it is coming on Wednesday, 6 o'clock. It's an absolute blockbuster, and this is the cop who the news story exploded after he exposed Savile. So, yeah, it's going to be good viewing.
Mate, you look like quite good with that green light and the crown and everything.
I've got a green light on one side and I got a disco light on the other. It's rotating through rainbow colours. Yeah. Tomorrow night, Thursday night, we've got Ghost on, who got out of prison. He did 12 years, and he became an international bodybuilding champion. But amazing story by Ghost. And what have you got coming up, Andrew?
Oh, in the next couple of weeks. Oh, I've just had actually somebody on, Dr. Peter Hughes, who talks about why statues shouldn't be taken down. So that's a really interesting one. Recent ones, of course, Amanda Knox, I'm always on about her. That was a good episode. And David Baddiel, the British comedian, he's really good. He tells a fantastic story about accidentally shitting himself when he went to the BBC and getting shit all over him when he had to meet an important person. So don't miss the David Baddiel one. It's already out on The Edge with Andrew Gold.
The public are asking what happened to the Flat Earth guy. Flat Earth guy, it's had to be rescheduled for another week, probably in about 2 weeks' time, I imagine. And let me find some outro music really quick. What should we go with? Happy hardcore? Tracks.
Get your guitar, mate.
Tracks. Get your guitar out. Get your disco lights on. Get your strobe on. If you are subject to epileptic seizures, do not watch. Tune off right now because it's going to get. It's Cyborg. Oh, Ash has just sent me a message. Flat Earth is going to be versus none other than Ryan Dawson. Absolute all-time favorite. Ryan Dawson versus Flat Earth. So not only do we bring you Flat Earth, but we have Ryan D. So it's just as well that it didn't happen tonight, because this is going to be next level with Ryan D.
Oh, the music.
Where's your guitar?
I can't play it with this music, can I?
Just bust out and headbang. Hopefully, some of you are going to come and join us on Patreon in 10 minutes' time. 10 minutes' time, we have got the unmentionables. Girl,
oh yeah, I forgot. I thought I was going to sleep. I completely forgot.
Girl,
see you in a bit, mate.
Prince A, JLB, all the unmentionables, Patreon.
Oh, it doesn't end.
Coming up in 10 minutes on Patreon. What else have we got on Patreon? We have got Agnew Brooks.
Yeah.
We've got Norman Baker on Boris Johnson and Ukraine, and Meghan, Harry, and the Queen.
Yeah.
We've got.
That's it, I think.
The night is young. We've got 2 hours left on Patreon. So
I thought I was done, mate. I thought I was done.
There's no rest for the widow's
Just
son.
when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
You Masonic character, you.
Nanu.
Right, we need to end the madness.
Yeah.
Thanks everybody for joining us this evening. Please let us know in the comments what you have thought. All of the guest links are down there. Please go over and support them. It helps them, motivates them, incentivizes them to come back. And yeah, that's all for now.